Hayi kubaleka.
A very good morning to everyone for the CSA domestic one-day cup match between the Eastern Cape Inyati, the home side from Kugombo City, playing against the 6-gun Grail Garden Route Badgers. Two teams that are locked in the middle of this CSA one-day cup log, with the SWD just slightly ahead of the Inyati by net run rate, and they have won one of their games by bonus point. The Inyati, of course, in their previous game could not get that bonus point, that all-important bonus point. I am not alone, of course, here today. I am with my colleague, Sir Ali Jack. How are you today, sir?
Hi, Blessing. I'm good. It's a beautiful weather here in East London. Good day for cricket, but when we got here it was slightly overcast, but yeah, it looks like it's a promising day for cricket. Yeah, the news from the middle: the visitors, the Badgers, won the toss and they elected to bat. So now our umpires for the day is Ivan van der Merwe and Yanni Erasmus, and to open bowling for the home side is Nico van Sail.
Yeah, it's said to be a pulsating match here between these two teams. It's going to be an interesting one for the Eastern Cape Inyati, because the games that they have won this season, they have been posting totals, but now they have a different challenge they have to chase, of which they have not been successful thus far in the competition. They've had some spectacular, calamitous collapses in the past few games, but we are going to see how well they're going to do against this powerful SWD batting lineup. Umpires are just about ready to commence with play. Nico van Sail at the top of his mark. Umpire calls play. Immediately from Nico van Sail, we see that there is a bit of movement on the track. Of course, this is the same track that they were using last week, so I am not sure if, Sir Jack, you believe that that's going to help the Eastern Cape Inyati or is going to hinder them.
Yeah, I think they do have an upper hand. Last week it was a fresh wicket, so at least they battled with it. Now they should be at least familiar with it.
Thought about taking the quick single there to Blanche, but his partner advised him against it. It's still no runs on the board of the first two balls.
I'm just looking at the field. I've got third man out and deep square leg. And funny enough, inside the circle, the fielders are too tight, way inside the circle.
It's a very good shot, and even better fielding from Michael Copeland in the covers. Fielding has been very important for the Eastern Cape Inyati. We saw them last week take a few good catches and also drop a few that were very difficult, but you can see that the enthusiasm around the team is very, very high. Khaudi Mulefe perhaps feeling it a bit from the warm-up sessions. I heard him on our way back from the toss. He was saying that the coaches went a bit hard during the warm-ups and he was feeling it in his left hand.
Yeah, and Pete, it's one of the Inyati's best fielders, but he's a big boy, he can handle it.
Once again, the ball perhaps not coming as quickly as Ruan Blanche was expecting it. 5 balls in from Nico van Zyl, and he has stayed true to form, has one of the best economy rates in the competition.
It's also lovely to see that the home team keeper is looking well and fine, because last week he was injured a bit.
The umpire calls it. He gives his wicket away to the Eastern Cape Inyati at the end of the first over. Unbelievable scenes here to start the day. Rowan to Blanche, one of the 2 top batters of the competition so far.
Yeah, you can also say that was a soft dismissal. He played early and playing it to the man right in front of him. He didn't trouble the scorers much. He's out for a duck, facing 6 deliveries.
Up until today, Rowan de Blanche had scored a ton of runs for the SWD. His highest score was 133, but now he goes for a duck, and it's the perfect start for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Nico van Zyl does it again for his team.
Yeah, he bowled very well last weekend, so he would like to do the very same even this week. He's a tall oak, he's hitting the deck hard, he's doing everything right. Yeah, and it has paid off for him and the team.
That's twice in the space of 7 days that Nico van Zyl has got a wicket and a maiden. Last week against the Mpumalanga Rhinos, he got a double wicket maiden to put them in a prime position to win the game, and now he has given them the perfect start. Now, one of our colleagues who's going to come on comms did mention that we have to keep a special eye, a close eye, on Carl Jacobs, the number 3 batsman for the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers, because he has, I wouldn't call it a quirk, but he has an interesting setup just before he faces a fast bowler coming in.
Chad Klassen will have the second over.
Once again, he falls over there. Perhaps the ball once again was a touch bit too slow. It's more of the same fielding wise for Chad Klassen. Nico van Zyl is standing at a very square third man, and Lihle Sizani is at a deep backward point, backward square leg rather. That's a very good ball from Chad Klassen. That's the one that just kept going straight, went across the line.
Yeah, that was a great ball outside off stump. That was the 4th stump. Yeah, the batsman couldn't play him there. He was tempted a bit. But yeah, I've got a feeling if he stay on that line, he will rip something, definitely sure.
No ball by Chad Klassen, a bit too over-eager, too enthusiastic. And the first runs of the day come via an extra from the Eastern Cape Inyati.
Yeah, and the score is now 1-1. Maybe it's good for Valley to try to loosen up a bit. This is a free hit. He can do whatever he wants.
That's very well bowled from Chad Klassen. He gave himself room there to try and open up that offside. It looks like he would have been better served having stayed in his crease and just giving that the big wallop. Yes.
He was trying to charge down the wicket, but he misses the ball completely.
Great shot. Stood back. And he dispatches that for 4 behind square on the offside. No chance for Nico van Zyl running in from that square. Third man we were talking about earlier. That's the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, the ball was way outside off stump. It was there to be hit, and he managed to beat the guy at third man there. He gets his first boundary for the day.
2 balls remaining in the over and already 5 runs coming from it. Changing angles is Chad Claassen. Goes down the ground and dispatches him for 4 through the extra cover region.
Yeah, that was a top cricket shot through the covers as Chad changed the angle. It was lovely to see, and that will also give him some confidence. It came right from the middle of the willow.
Last ball from Chad Claassen. Once again, it's a bit too wide, but the batsman wisely leaves it to end the over. The score is 9 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, coming from this game, Nico van Zyl was the leading wicket taker of the Division 2. He had 10. So I'm assuming now the apps will be, after the game, revised. So he was sitting at 10 wickets. So I'm assuming now he's got 11 scalps.
It's even more impressive when you see the average there for Nico van Zyl. It's 15.80. That essentially means that for every wicket he gets, on average he concedes 15.8 runs. And that's quality for a fast bowler. And you see that he's got some shape in that, does Nico van Zyl.
Yeah, one thing I like about him, he's targeting the wickets, trying to bowl wicket to wicket.
Yeah, that's the main difference between those first 2 overs, isn't it? That Nico van Zyl was a bit tighter, whereas Chad Claassen did stray a bit too wide. Once again, he keeps the batsman busy.
I'm liking the sound of the bat. Reminds me of Wanderers, the bull ring. Whenever I'm always there, I just like to listen to the sound of the willow.
In a packed Wanderers stadium. It's fantastic that you can still hear the sound of the willow. Once again, Nico van Zyl gets it up close to the batsman, but he plays it straight to the man standing at a short mid-off.
Yeah, I guess the bull ring, hence they are saying it's the ring. It's the way it's been built. So it's more like a circle, everyone is here, everything is here. So you can easily get that sound. Even a nick, you can almost hear it.
It's an impressive start here from Nico van Zyl. He's bowled 10 balls so far and he hasn't gone for a single run, and crucially he's got a wicket as well of Ruan to Blanche.
Yeah, good line and length there. He was almost squaring him up. I'll tell you what, most of the fast bowlers, they do love when a batsman is doing that.
Once again, a very good line from Nico van Zyl, and the batsman wisely decides to leave that one.
Yeah, I'm also checking how hard the surface is. Malika just took that one right in front of his eyes. Wicket is nice and hard.
We'll have to inspect it from the other end as well, because if I remember correctly, the first over, Chad Klaassen's balls weren't carrying all that well. And he tries to get the one that comes back in, but the batsman is very solid to end the over. 9 for 1 after 3. It's another maiden over for Nico van Zyl.
Great bowling by Nico van Zyl. He's tightening the screws right from the beginning. The visitors will have to dig them out of this situation. At least after the first power play, they must at least be close to 50 runs at least.
Yeah, the SWG team has so far this season tried to be aggressive. And we saw in the approach that Yasin Valley utilized against Chad Klaassen in the first over is not going to back down. Once again, slight slip up in concentration from Hardas Kutsa allows Yasin Valley to get the run.
Chad won't be happy with that. It went through his legs. The London Bridge.
Some call it the Sydney Harbour Bridge. But it's a left-hand, right-hand combination here for the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers. It's a dynamic that the Eastern Cape Inyati didn't face much of in the previous game. It was very weird for them to be coming up against so many left-handers.
Yeah, lucky them. They're getting the same combinations again this weekend.
Umpire will judge that to be a bit too high, but Chad Klaassen will be happy that he in some way was able to beat the bat.
Yeah, that was an easy decision for the umpire there. Ball was high. Looks like, Kengesi, from what you were saying, the wicket, this side is too paced. Some balls they keep low.
It's yet another great delivery from Chad Klaassen. The problem for him, they've been too few and far in between. But when he gets it right, it's a peach of a delivery. But once again, did you see how low Malika took that ball? Almost at ankle height.
Yeah, that kept low from the end Chad is bowling from. So both ends are different.
Once again, a very good line from Chad Klaassen and ably respected by the batsman. So Chad Klaassen, should be very encouraged when he sees that. We do, of course, expect the crowd to fill up today. It is a weekend, it is a Sunday, and we have the Steve Vukile Chwete Games organized by the Department of Sports and Recreation here in the Eastern Cape. Those players' games are just about to finish now or have already finished, and you will see them trickling into the stadium before they depart for their respective homes in their respective districts.
Yeah, also normally on Sundays, the promotional leagues would finish earlier. So we would see them coming in bits by bits.
It's the last ball of the over, and Chad Klaassen is able to get yet another dot. He only went for 1 run in that over, and also the score changes to 11 for 1 after 4.
If you're checking at the replay, I also like his line and length. Targeting the stumps does not give any room to the opposition to free his hands.
Oh, and you can see that Yasin Valley can also see that because he's trying to move around the crease to create opportunities for himself. Now we see Nico van Zyl coming up against Carl Jacobs yet again. Very sound technique from Carl Jacobs. Very side on when he's waiting for the ball. It's coming. It would have to be a very good ball to get him off with the neck. I can see that.
Yeah, he gets his body behind the line and he waits for the ball to get to himself. Unlike Teblanche, he played early. He couldn't wait for the ball to get to himself. Drop chance.
It would be very interesting to see that on the replay, but the reaction from the players is that that was a missed opportunity. If it was, then it was extremely difficult. It's possible that that ball bounced just short of the fielder. But this Eastern Cape Inyati outfit prides itself on its fielding, and they back themselves to take those half chances.
Yeah, the Badgers will also know about that. They won't take any chances and test the home team. They've been fielding very well.
And fortune was on the side of Nico van Zyl there because it was the first ball that he bowled that straight down the leg side. But as we said, fortunately for him, it went straight to the field and almost resulted in another wicket. Plays it very well, back of the length. Once again, sound technique from Carl Jacobs.
Yeah, Jacobs still has to open his account. He's looking very nice in terms of his technique, but unfortunately, he still has to open his account.
Very well played. Nico van Zyl was caught in two minds there between evading the ball or trying to take the catch. Jacobs gets off the mark with a solid straight drive.
Yeah, it was not an easy one. Nico van Zyl is a tall oak, and that one he was not gonna be able to take it as he was still on his follow through.
Finally concedes runs. Nico van Zyl tries to go for the short one, but he, fortunately for him, mistimes it over the man. Jason Newman standing at short mid wicket, and that's how we end the over. It goes through for a single as well. 5 runs coming from that Nico van Zyl over. The score is 16 for 1 after 5.
The ball was short and it didn't come up with the pace Jacobs wanted, but he got away there. The ball fell in no man's land.
It's very good to see from Nico van Zyl that he's willing to change things up, to go upstairs. Chad Claassen has a chance to bowl to Carl Jacobs. Advances down the track and he just softly nudges it into the gap on the leg side. I think this is a pitch that they're going to have to take their time to study and understand how it's going to play. It's a long game, it's a 50-over game.
Yeah, it's always a challenge when you have to play an away game where SWD are from, and here it's 2 different places. Here you are right at the coast. From where we are sitting, you can be able to see the ocean, the Indian Ocean, and also there's also a golf course. There's some nice and lovely views.
The scoreboard isn't the greatest viewing so far for the 6-gun Girl Garden Route Badgers, but they will back themselves to come back from this position. Softly nudges it down to third man. Goes through for yet another single. You can clearly see that the batters are finding it slightly easier to face Chad Clarkson than they are with Nico van Zyl.
Yeah, but also in general, judging from the previous game, the longer you stay in the middle, the better chances of being able to play very well and suss out the players. Chad to Jacobs.
Once again, solid from Jacobs, solid from Chad Clarkson. That's good cricket from both players.
Now, I can't wait to see Jacobs doing what he does best. He is looking solid. Hopefully there's plenty of cover drives, pulls and hooks that are coming.
Yeah, you do certainly hope that there's an extra gear in his game. Chad Clarkson strays way down the leg side, but Mncedisi Malika, fortunately for the Eastern Cape Inyati, is able to gather that. It is a wide, yet another extra.
Yeah, that's what normally happens. When you are bowling to the left hand and the right hander at the same time. As we see that one guy from slip has been taken off.
Once again, tries to advance down the wicket, but he plays it tentatively. It seemed to have hit him in an area where no person wants to be hit. And you can see standing far is Carl Jacobs, just taking it in. Last ball of the over coming from Chad Clarkson. He's gone for 13 runs so far in this spell. Plays that with a closed bat, able to get right-hander coming back on strike.
I can feel for the umpires. It's steaming out there. But I guess after 3 and 4 balls, you can remain on one end. You don't have to swap again.
Is that a rule, or the umpires just something that they allow themselves?
Yeah, it's an exception from the umpire. It's square leg umpire. So ideally, it's where they are supposed to be.
Yeah, I guess it has changed the game plan a bit for the 6-gun grill garden route badgers now that Ruan Blanche has lost his wicket so early in the innings. So it could be a matter of just seeing out the new ball, seeing out the first power play. Nico Fonsell has one slip in place.
Kengesi, I was watching the World Cup. Obviously, it's 2 different formats now.
It's very well played, but straight to Jason Niemand at cover.
Yeah, West Indies was playing with South Africa, and they lost, I think, 3 early wickets. And somehow they looked like they were not gonna get around 120 mark, but they did not change their game plan at all. They stayed aggressive and they managed to score over 150 runs.
Past the man at cover now, Jason Niemand and it are able to go through for a single.
So where I'm trying to get at is, irrespective of you lost the wicket, but you still have to play your game. Game plan does not change much, except the fact that you need to be cautious on your shot selection as a batter.
There was no caution exercised in the playing of that shot, but the ball perhaps didn't come onto the and playing for the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers. Maybe that's Sods is playing. The score is 27 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, but I was not happy with that back foot punch. He could have gotten 4 runs there, but he settled for 2. Yeah, and there's change in commentary. And it is now Kengesi and Os.
Thank you for that, Sir Jack. There's a change in commentary, but not a change in bowling. Nico van Zyl runs in for his 5th over. Tries to play it just on the right of Gaudu Molefe, but it goes straight to him instead, and there is no run scored. Score is 27 for 1 after 8. Os, what's been your assessment so far?
Greetings to everyone watching and listening at home. Thanks for the introduction. Assessment so far, it's a boxing match. You know, they're still assessing one another out. The batter's still trying to get in terms of with the pace of the wicket.
Oh, Nico van Zyl manages to get that extra pace and catches Yasin Valley off guard there. Definitely giving him something to think about.
You know, so I think as someone that's coming to play an away game at Buffalo Park, you'd want to do your homework and you'd know that there's runs to be scored at Buffalo Park. But there's a question of how do you score runs here? And I'm going to touch on it just now.
Nico van Zyl seems to have found an extra step here. Yeah, you were talking about how to score runs at Buffalo Park, Os.
So obviously your most challenging times as a batsman is when the new balls are still flying around. So at Buffalo Park you want to see that out without losing too many wickets, as we've seen with the games in the past where Oaks have gone and passed 200, 250 odd. You got to bite your time that first 10 to 15 overs, getting a 3, 4 and over.
Good running. Very quick, early decision made by the 2 batsmen.
Yeah, so and the deeper you take the game, the more freedom you have to play in the later stages of the game. So if you go into that last 15 overs with 7 wickets in hand, and you've got Oaks that can hit a long ball down at your 6 and 7, then you're in the game. But at Buffalo Park, if you chase the game up front, you could find yourself in trouble because the ball does move around a little bit. So you got to just bite your time and look to score big towards the end of the innings.
Once again, Nico van Zyl puts that aggression in, and it's brilliant to see from a spectator's perspective. So what you're saying here, Os, essentially is that the Eastern Cape Inyati had the perfect blueprint in the previous game when their top order and middle order were able to give themselves enough time at the crease so that they could have that launch at the back end. Last ball of the over from Nico van Zyl. He gets the wicket! Just as we were talking about exercising caution, Carl Jacobs throws away his wicket. The Eastern Cape Inyati are 9 overs into the first innings. Their score is 28 for 2. Nico van Zyl has accounted for both wickets. He looks very dejected, does Carl Jacobs.
Once again, there you saw Jacobs trying to advance down the wicket, searching for runs. Mistake is found. Stumps go castled, getting all over the place. And again, that's not the ability to bite your time. You've got to hang around. You've got to take your ones. You've got to put away the bad ball. You've got to think big. You've got to think long. You're not going to score a quick 50 here up front. You're going to score big as you bat long and as you get towards the last 10 overs of the match.
Yeah, it's the worst possible time to try and advance down the wicket. Having been so solid, so far in his innings, and you have to analyze the game as a batsman, because he should have known that was probably Nico van Zyl's last ball of this spell. He's been bowling so well. As it would be, he departs for 12 runs as Carl Jacobs, and he puts former SA under-19 captain George van Heerden to join Yassin Valley at the crease. Was a 28-run partnership. If you've just joined us, that was the second wicket to fall for the six-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers. They lost the wicket of their power hitter so far in the competition, Rwante Blanche, of the last ball of the first over. He went for a duck also to Nico van Zyl. Chad Claassen continues to try and probe that area outside of off stump, trying to bowl across the stumps.
I know earlier Sir Jack spoke about the guys that are in the inner ring being too close. I think that's a ploy to try and entice or challenge the batters to go even harder at the ball, to try and get it through those guys to get a boundary. So I don't think it's a bad tactic at all, as long as when it's in reach they stop it.
So you're saying it's a risk and reward kind of situation. If Chad Claassen manages to just put it in the right area, it's probably going to pop up and go straight to the fielders or close to the fielders, enough for them to get an opportunity.
Yeah, that is correct. So as a bowling side, you're always trying to find ways of how to get wickets, and obviously as a batter, you're always just trying to survive whilst you're scoring runs up front.
Caution exercised when trying to play that shot from Yassin Valley, not really using his feet, not going hard at that ball. Perhaps keeping in mind what you just said, not wanting to be caught out in those covers with those very good fielders in Michael Copeland and Jason Niemand.
Yeah, so we're now into the 10th over, and if I refer back to my notes here, the last time a boundary was scored was in the 5th over. And that shows you that there's disciplines from the bowlers. Even though the batters from time to time are coming down the wicket trying to get them off their lengths, they're still sticking to their disciplines, and the fielders are backing them up well. And I think the pressure of that might lead to another wicket.
He's not expecting that one to be so close to his legs. Was Yassin Valley. He'll feel like he missed out there, even though the captain of the Eastern Cape Inyati, Nathan Roux, has placed himself at that short mid-wicket region to try and get those leading edges or those mistimed shots. Last ball of the over. Very well played and very well fielded. Looks like Christian du Toit. And that's been the hallmark of the innings so far from the Eastern Cape Inyati. 10 overs into the game, the score is 29 for 2. And that's the end of the power play. Some interesting stuff here from the Eastern Cape Inyati, with the score 29 for 2 after 10, and the new batsmen having just come in. They are giving Nico van Zyl yet another over. He's going to be bowling 6 on the trot. And you have to wonder whether or not they would have given him this extra over had he not gotten the wicket of Kyle Jacobs. He's obviously got more protection now. Fine leg is back. Square leg is back. Third man is back. And also Lihle Sizani at moving now to where square leg is. Deep square leg. But Nico van Zyl has now 4 fielders outside the circle between overs 11 and 40.
Yeah, I think with after 10 overs going at 2.9 and over, you want your strike bowler to give you another wicket. So that's why he gets the 6th over.
Probes does Nico van Zyl, but well played from George van Heerden. Doesn't lose his head there. Keeps his shape.
Good to see some youngsters coming in today to watch the cricket. I saw some familiar faces. I went to go greet these youngsters and asked them if they're here to watch the Inyati. And they smiled and they said they're here to watch their cousin, George van Heerden.
Some very misdirected enthusiasm from those youngsters. You'll find that they won't be very popular around these parts. He gets his first runs, does George van Heerden. Plays it off the hips. No more slips for Nico van Zyl. Very good fielding from Khaudi Mulefe, but the throws cause for unnecessary runs. And they're able to go through for a single. Nico van Zyl employing 3 fielders on the boundary. Seemingly doesn't need to have 4 at the moment. As you said, he's still in striking mode, so he doesn't see the need to have 4 on the boundary.
Nice strong setup here from the batsman George van Heerden. You know, there's not much movement that he does when the bowler's running in. He's focused, head nice and still, looking at the bowler, looking at the ball. You know, he's a compact player. You know, he doesn't do much outside of his zone up front. He does what you call, he plays well within his box.
Last ball from Nico van Zyl, and what you would expect to be the last ball of his spell. Ably played from George van Heerden to end the over. 11 overs gone. The score is 32 for 2. The applause coming from the Eastern Cape Inyati dugout suggests that that was the last over from Nico van Zyl, and he's done extremely well. He bowled 6 overs, went for 11 runs and got the 2 wickets that we've seen so far in this game. And Tandontini comes into the attack to replace Chad Claassen.
If you watch the field, yeah, we still got a point, cover, extra cover in the mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, all inside the ring. And that's because the bowling side is on top, you know. So at this point in time, as a batting side, you'd hope that you'd have boundary riders out so you can hit those sweepers.
So you're saying that the Eastern Cape Inyati are basically not giving them an out?
Yeah, so this is the game. This is the part of the game where you squeeze. I reckon if the score was at about 50 or so, you'd see sweepers out. That's when the batters would have to take those ones to the boundary riders. But because the squeeze is on, the Inyati side believe that they're on top, and they don't want them to get away. You know, they're forcing the batters to do something to get runs.
It is very much something that Yasin Valley believes he can do. That is a wonderful shot played over cover. Gets the first maximum of the day, and he silences all the fielders on the field. That is some way to get your statement across.
He's been waiting for that. You know, anything that's straight, he's played with respect. He's missed out on a couple of boundary balls on his pads. That one there was just pitched up, half volley, and he just freed his arms over extra cover for 6 runs. He's a boundary hitting batsman. You know, he's eager to go after the bowler. You saw him in the first couple of overs charging down the wicket, and now he gets what you call a freebie, and he dispatches it for a boundary.
That 6 has prompted Tandantini to change angles. Bowls a bit straighter. Almost finds success. They are able to go through, and the umpire says the batsman had bat on ball there. So, of the first 3 balls of this Tandantini over, we've seen 7 runs already, and the pressure is already off on George van Heerden. It's a perfect situation for him.
It is nice as a new coming batter to know that the over is already under pressure and you don't have to do much.
Oh, he goes fishing. He goes fishing. Does George van Heerden? That is not good thinking. 7 runs already in the over, and you have just come onto the crease. You need to be taking your time.
As a batsman, you don't mind a bowler bowling a ball that deserves your wicket, but at this stage of the game, you don't want to be giving your wicket away by flirting with something outside the off stump.
Much closer to the batsman from Tandantini, and well played by George van Heerden. I mean, you have been saying it. Going at 3.3 at this stage of the game is ideal. There's nothing wrong with that. You can pick up the pace as the time goes.
Indeed you can, but you still need those wickets in hand. You need to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and when the bad ball does come, you need to be able to put it away.
Back of the length from Tandantini to end the over. The score is 39 for 2 after 12. His first over goes for 7 runs. It's a good comeback, having gone for a 6, a huge 6 over extra cover. And as expected, Hardas Kutsa comes into the attack to replace Nico van Sail. He had a very good game. Well, he's had a very good past couple of games, Hardas Kutsa, with the ball. It's not the worst situation to be in for the 6-gun grill garden route badgers, but as you said, they need to navigate the next few overs. Very well played.
one of the best shots to get off strike is just running it down to third man.
Plays it in front, does George van Heerden. Perhaps since he has just gotten to the crease, he's trying to get more of a feel of the ball than Yasin Valley, who's been there since the start.
Yeah, also, guys, I think, so in this part of the game, you know, when you're hitting the sweepers, you're hitting them hard and straight to them, you get ones. But you also want to hit the pockets of the sweepers. So you're challenging your sweepers to go 10 meters to the left, 10 meters to the right. That gives the batters an opportunity to get two. So I know a lot of coaches talk about hitting sweepers, but you got to hit the pockets of the sweepers.
That's very well played. Great shot. Just opens the face of the bat. No chance for Michael Copeland or Gaudisa Molefe standing at backward of point and at point.
Well played there by George. He's allowed that to come to him. You know, he's watched it under his eyes, full face of the bat, in between the point and cover, races away for four. You know, also Buffalo Park is the type of field that it has value for shots. You know, if you hit it well enough, you're going to get rewarded for it.
Tries to pull a bit straight and there's a chance for a run out. The Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Rue, unfortunately for him, misses the stumps. It would have been interesting had we seen a direct hit.
It's going to be interesting to see how much purchase the spinners are going to get on this wicket and what the approach is going to be from the batting side, especially from Yasin.
Once again, they take the quick single. You spoke about the sweepers and making them work, but Nathan Rue there was standing at mid-off and he was made to work. That ball went a few meters to his right and that gave the batters a chance to go through for that single.
Yeah, so also just for all the youngsters out there that are watching or listening, knowing how hard you've hit the ball is very important. You know, if you've hit the ball too hard, straight to the fielder, you don't get a chance to run.
That's a good point. And that previous boundary from George van Heerden prompted the Eastern Cape Inyati to take out Michael Copeland from that cover point area to sweeper, and he's able now to go through for an easier single, and that's how we end the over. 47 for 2 after 13.
As the batting side, you're always trying to force the hand of the fielding side by putting them under pressure. You know, the only way the fielding side is going to make changes is if you force them to, and that's by hitting the ball through them, and you get a boundary or two, then you force them to make a change. But if there's nothing happening, then the fielding side is happy to just sit there and wait for you to come at them. So now that boundary there that went through the covers has forced them to put out a sweeper, and the batsman wins that battle. You know, those balls there that Tand was bowling to George van Heerden, back off a length, probably on about fifth stump, and you're seeing George van Heerden trying to turn them to mid-wicket square leg area. I'd be very careful by doing that, especially early on in his innings, because of the wicket being too paced. A leading edge could become part of the problem here.
You have to think that that's exactly what Christian du Toit is standing there for. There's a chance that he might be the one that takes that catch, and Tandantini tends to hit the deck hard, but with the wicket, as you say, being too paced, there's every chance it could happen. Very well played. Very well played. Great shot. Great shot. No chance for the fielders there. As straight as a whistle. And they get to the 50 with that glorious straight drive from George van Heerden. 51 for 2 after 13.3 overs.
Again, value for shots. Straight down the ground, full face of the bat. Through Tondentini's hands there. But George van Heerden picks up a boundary. There we go.
Once again, he tries to play that shot through the mid-wicket region. But it seems that Tondentini is able to extract an extra bit of pace from that side than Chad Clausen was. The ball is keeping fair to how it is coming from the hand. Once again, solid defense from George van Heerden. Seems to be in good nick so far. Only one ball that he played recklessly or carelessly early on, having faced 16 deliveries.
Yeah, Van Heerden looks like the type of batter that likes to assert himself. You know, he doesn't like bowlers bowling to him. He wants to dictate how bowlers must play. So he likes bat on ball and he's looking to score, which is always a good thing for a batter. You know, positive body language and looking to score.
There you see it again. It finds the man on the sweeper on the leg side boundary to end the over. Tondentini's first 2 overs have gone for 12. The score is 52 for 2 after 14. Hardiskutsa about to bowl his second over. When he was bowling, we saw that the Eastern Cape Inyati did have 4 fielders out on the boundary, offering him a bit more protection than Tondentini.
Ideally, as the batting unit, you'd want the likes of Van Zyl, Clausen, and Ndini to come back for the second spell, whilst you 2, maybe 3 down. Now, if you get the quicks coming back for the second spell, bowling at the guys that they bowl to up front, the batting side is doing something right.
Once again, hit too hard, so there's no chance for a second run there.
Guys, you look at that, he rocks back on the back foot. Full face of the bat, out the middle, great timing. Straight to the sweeper, 1 run. Again, that one there, slightly to the left, to the right, with a little bit less power, there's a chance of 2. Hitting the pockets is very important.
Good rotation off the strike from the 2 batsmen. And the fielders are getting their kilometers up here. So are the umpires. And we did mention earlier on that we would see more and more people coming into the stadium as their matches finish all around Gombo City. .7 and over is not bad, especially on a used wicket. This is a wicket that the Eastern Cape Inyati scored 300 runs on 4 days ago. Looks a bit drier than it did. Not kept under the covers as much as it was for the previous game.
And also, the previous game in total produced close to 550 runs. So yeah, Buffalo Park is if you're willing to invest your time out in the middle, there's value for runs out there, you know. But you need to face and go through the tough times before it gets easier. So there's definitely runs to be scored out there, but you've got to be able to take the heat. You've got to be able to sacrifice up front for it to get easier.
Hardeskutsa. George van Heerden once again plays that with hard hands, you might say, because he was trying to run it down to third man. You see him practicing that shot once again. Not waiting for the ball to get under him. He's gone for 10 runs so far in his 11 balls. Has Hardeskutsa. A single off the last ball of the over from George van Heerden. 55 for 2 after 15. He of course has good memories of Buffalo Park, does George van Heerden. I remember in 2022 or the 2023 season, he captained the SA under 19 team in the CSA T20 Challenge or T20 Cup to victory right here on this ground. He even scored a century in the final. Looked like a very bright prospect, and there's still time for him to fulfill all of that potential.
Yeah, I like the look of him. You know, how he stamps his authority out in the middle, how he sets up his body language, and his scoring areas and options very good as well.
And he takes Tandantini on. Tandantini trying to assert his authority over the batsman, but George van Heerden tells him, I may have only faced 22 deliveries so far, but you will not bowl there, sir.
Again, that shot there is shot of authority. You bowl well, I'll respect you. You go upstairs, I'm going to dispatch you. Great cricket shot from George van Heerden.
Plays that in front of square. To show that he saw it all the way. He saw it early. And it seems like the ball took a bit of a pounding when it bounced off the advertising boards. Tandantini once again, he bowled a good over last over, but he went for a 4 of his third delivery. Now he starts with a 4. Let's see how he comes back.
The last 4 overs has been 3 boundaries, which then says to the batters, we don't have to go out of our way and look and search for runs. You know, those boundaries are coming. In between those, the 1s and 2s are very important. You know, from coaching youngsters, you always tell them what's important is what you do in between the boundaries. You know, you can hit a boundary of ball 1 and a boundary of ball 15. What happens in between is important.
That is what happened now. After having the first ball go for a boundary, they have 5 runs of the first 3 balls of the over.
And simply, you just keep collecting runs. You know, collecting runs is not about boundary hitting. It's about what you're doing in between the balls, in between boundaries. Collecting your 1s, collecting your 2s, running hard. When there's a chance of a 3, you take that. And you just keep collecting runs as you go. And the scoreboard keeps ticking over. That's the most important thing.
See some running repairs for Tandantini. Seems as if he has an issue with one of his spikes. And he asked the umpire for one of his trusted tools to fix them. And he is ready to go. Changes angles. To the left-hander, he is coming around the wicket. Ball straight, and Yasin Valley keeps it out. He finally has 4 fielders out on the boundary, does Tandantini.
Great game of cricket happening on the outside of the boundary there from the youngsters. That must be the biggest set of stumps I've ever seen in a game of cricket. You missed the ball there, you're definitely out.
There you go. Thought I saw a high backlift there. Plays it well in front of square, into the pocket. And there's a chance for 2 runs, just as you were saying in the previous few overs, Os. And that's how we end the over 62 for 2 after 16. We're going to have a change in commentary. I'm going to be leaving. Jack is going to come in.
Just a very interesting stat here. After the first 10 overs, the achieved strike rate was, runs per over was 2.9. And after 15 overs, the batting side have upped it to about 3.9. So the runs are starting to come along. They're collecting well. The bowling, maybe not as disciplined as what it was in the first 10 overs. Welcome back, Sir Jack.
Morning, Aussie. Off the back foot here, there. It's our first time to meet here behind the mic today. How are you doing, buddy?
Oh, good. Oh, good. Always having fun when I'm watching a game of cricket, and obviously talking about it to those that are watching at home.
Yeah, the watching now is different. You're watching while working.
Indeed, it is different.
Yeah, great pointers you picked up. It's also something that I've noticed that the strike rate now went up to 3.9, which is a positive to the visitors. Ooh. And you'll have to re-bowl that one again. Overstepping there.
I think the coaches always, Jack, talk about control the controllables. You know, things like wides, no balls, overstepping, dropping catches. Those are controllables. And at the end of the day, those can hurt you as a team.
Very funny. In our days now, the bowlers are using tape measures, while the old topies were doing it manually, counting. Gets underneath that one, he lofts it. Looks like it went all the way for 6. Great shot there by Van Heerden. That was a release shot.
Again, the key there, Sir Jack, didn't move much. You know, he stood there, watched the ball, big bat swing, head down, hit through the line of the ball, and he gets the maximum. Well played.
Yeah, great shot indeed. I see the fans are enjoying it. And it's filling up today. I'm surprised. Earlier on there were young guys that came to support Van Heerden, and all of a sudden now they're busy playing cricket there.
And their cousin is the one that's batting now.
I find it funny.
I'm sure they'll catch up and watch it back at home when they're back at home on TV.
Yeah, great thing that CSA is bringing to you all the games, both Division 1 and Division 2. And they might even have to clip their footage there. Yeah, good going by Yasin Valley. He's the talisman so far. he needs to bet deeper and make sure he bets until the end.
Yeah, I think up front he looked to go at the bowlers, he looked to attack them, but I think now he's taken the accountability to himself. And for a batsman, that's very important, that word accountability, and making sure that you're not leaving it for anyone else, and that it's going to be you out there facing the music, collecting the runs, and taking that authority and running with it.
Yeah, 100% of C. Hardest to Vali. Charging down, but will get a single, and that's the end of Hardest over, and the score now is 73 for 2 after 17, and it's been scorching here, and the players will take a drinks break and will come back after the break. Okay, welcome back live. If you just joined us, the Garden Route Badgers won the toss and elected to bat, and the score now currently is 73 for the loss of 2 wickets after 17 overs. Yasin Vali is still in the middle, 30, undefeated. Van Yerden is 27, not out. Kyle Jacobs is out, and Teblanche is out. Now, top of the bowlers was Nico van Zyl for the home team, who's got 2 wickets and for 11 runs, and is the only one that has taken wickets so far. Very good game, slow paced. The visitors are getting there slowly but surely. Yasin Valley is still there on 30. He's the one that understands the wicket better than everyone now. As we see now, there's bowling changes. Right after the drinks, they are dropping the pace, bringing in Molefe. It's going to be a great matchup for Van Heerden. He's going to be turning the ball away from the right-hander. Molefe to Vali. Vali will cash in a single there. And obviously it's a left and right hand combination. The fielding will be changed quite often. But now the good thing that Molefe would like is that this is the good matchup for himself. He will be turning the ball away from the batter. I see Van Heerden was looking at cow corner so early in the day.
Very interesting field sets here for Gaudi Molefe to both left-hander and right-hander. He doesn't have a slip. And so Jack, as you saying, he's turning the ball away from the right-hander. So you'd expect, as a team that wants a wicket or two, maybe a slip in there, or maybe the plan is that they're going to bowl wicket to wicket and try and trip them LB or bowled.
Yeah, ideally it's very rare you see him without a slip. But maybe since it's left and right hand combination, it's a good replacement for Jade. Jade went to play for Northwest Dragons. In terms of the roles,
He's a very consistent left-arm spinner. You know, he's not a defensive bowler, he's an attacking spinner, so that's a very good replacement for Jade to clack that.
and also with Jade, he was handy with the bat. I'm not saying Molefe can't bat, but with Jade, you know he's gonna give you that 50 you're looking for, and he's aggressive at the back end of the innings.
Jade was a complete package, really, really was.
Van Heerden will get a single there to end the over, and the score now is 77 for the loss of 2. World Cup finals today also happening. Who's your money on?
So Jack, the World Cup ended for me when when New Zealand did that thing. You know that thing that New Zealand did?
That thing.
Yes, that's where the World Cup ended for me. But it'll be an interesting watch. If New Zealand bat anywhere close to what they batted against the Proteas, they'll be well within a shout for the win of the World Cup. But India at home, very difficult to beat them.
Dot ball there. Yeah, also even worse if New Zealand will be batting second, because most of the teams now, they're using the U. You win the toss, you field. The way they batted against South Africa, it's a pity. It was a knockout game and there were no bonus points. The game was done in 12 overs. Was wanting to take chances and get the second run there, but unfortunately Lihle Sizani was on time there, patrolling the boundary at square leg there, deep in the boundary.
George van Heerden watches the ball so well. You know, that one, the clipping of his of the hip, he's watched that onto the bat, and an easy one to square leg.
Guess his man! There was no foot movement at all there. Yasin Vali departs. Ball that was outside off stump. He just flashed his back, rather his bat, and he was caught by Malika behind the stumps.
So Jack playing away from his body there. Ball finding the outside edge. Malika cleans up with the gloves at the back there. There's something we forgot to talk about here, Sir Jack, and that's the drinks break and what it brings afterwards. You know, that first 2 to 3 overs after a drinks break is very, very critical because 80% of the time it comes with a wicket.
Yeah, that's 100%. Great take there by Malika behind the stumps. Because normally any breaks with cricket, you must know it's going to disadvantage the batting side. But the home team won't say no to that.
100%.
Yeah, as we see now, Peko Moletsane going into the middle. The guy that was there from the commencement of this innings, he departed now, Yasin Vali for 32. And good thing is for the visitors is Van Heerden is still there and is on 30 runs. You don't want to get new batters at the same time. They never had a partnership that is going. If my memory served me well, nothing that was over 40 as a partnership.
That last partnership was starting to pick up. You know, they were starting to control things, and lapse in concentration. Great catch behind the stumps from Ncedisi Malika, and the wicket was found. I think Gaudi Molefe will be very pleased now because there's 2 right-handers out in the middle.
Ardas to Moletsane. Clipping off his pads there to get a single. Good work there from Christian Dutoy.
So Jack, the contribution of the first and second change bowlers to any team is vital, especially when your opening bowlers have done the hard yards. It's vital to back them up.
Yeah, they've done their jobs very well. The coach will be happy with the performance, but the job is nowhere near to be done. They will have to tighten the screws. Hardas to Van Heerden. Nice back foot punch. And that's the end of the over. And the score now is 80 for 3 after 19 overs. Van Heerden is on 31. Moletsane has got 1 run.
Yeah, once again, George van Heerden is just very easy on the eye. You know, he's a likable batter. If you're coming in to watch the game and he's batting, you'll ask questions about him. Who is this batting here? Because he just looks the part. Looking the part and delivering the big runs is 2 different things. But certainly, at this present moment, he's looking the part.
Yeah, it's a pity. They can't hold on a little longer. They're looking very good. Everything they're doing it is on point. Also playing that one under his eyes. it will be lovely for the coach.
There we
I'm
go.
talking about now the Badgers to get at least that player will stand out for you and score that 50 runs you're looking for and the 100 maybe. And the good thing also here now, the home team here, the Inyati, they are the defending champs here. They were sharing the trophy with the Tuskers. You don't want to look like Kaiser Chiefs when you are defending your trophy. You get knocked out on the first round. Great ball there by Molefe. Drawing the batsman forward. Testing his defense. And also it's good to see that though I'm not happy by the rotation of the strike, boundaries are not coming, but I would love at least to see them rotating the strikes, taking those singles, turning the ones into twos. Great shot.
I think the plan here, Sir Jack, is to attack the new batter. As you see a slip coming in, the guy at cow corner coming into mid-wicket. They're trying to force him to do something silly and hopefully get his wicket. I like this field. It's more aggressive. It's more saying to the batsman, you come at me.
Lovely to watch. Nice fielding, like you have alluded. Lovely. And that's the end of the 20th over. The score now is 83 for the loss of 3. And I was also watching OC yesterday. The boys went up to the switch, I say 20 schools. How is the camp from Selborne?
Yeah, I think everyone's still in high spirits. You know, schoolboys are very finicky. You know, when you arrive at a field expecting to play at 9 o'clock and the field is waterlogged and then you're going to play 2 o'clock, then you got to find something to do for 5 hours and you got to keep them entertained, but also you got to keep them focused on what they're about to do. So that played on their mind as well. Ooh. Yeah, but look, the achievement as Selborne College to go there and fight with those schools, and I don't think they did themselves any disservice. I mean, we saw some great performances. We saw a catch that's probably going to trend for the next year
By
Manyonga, AV, you know, and it couldn't have happened to a better person because he's going to claim it, he's going to own it, he's going to walk around with that catch on his shoulders for the next year or so. So no, the guys didn't do themselves any disservice at all.
Nicking that one, and it goes to the boundary for 4. That was a vacant area. First boundary from Moletsane. Yeah, and also I wouldn't say it was a matter of adaptability, because they have won games under their belt in the Highveld. Dot ball. Now, in terms of the Eastern Cape schools, do you believe that any school that will be representing the Eastern Cape, we still stand a chance of winning the competition? Or how far is Eastern Cape from these other provinces? Far apart.
Very difficult question, this. No, but I think in the holistic approach of cricket, the game of cricket has moved on, and one or two schools are there and thereabouts, but the bulk of the schools in our region aren't there yet. But if you're good enough to win our competition in the Eastern Cape, then you're definitely good enough to go and fight with everyone else out there. I think for me, it's how you prepare, understanding where you're going, and playing fearless cricket. I think in our region, we're too cautious the way we play the game.
Great shot. Flicking it off his legs. For a single, it's a pity.
It's a no ball.
That will be a free hit. It's a no ball. He has been overstepping. If my memory serves me well, this is his second. Van Heerden did well on the previous one. Some discussion between the captain and the bowler, changing of the fielding positions, and it is allowed because the batters did swapped. Ardas to Van Heerden. Drives straight down the ground. But there's two boundary patrollers there. Did a very good job. And they settled for a single.
It looked like one of his hands came off the bat there as he tried to strike the run. Yeah, he lost shape there. He lost his shape. That top hand came off the bat. Didn't time it well at all.
Shot was there. Mistimed it. And that's the end of Harda's over. And the score now is 91 for the loss of 3. 9 runs before they get to 100. Yeah, I know there were good things happening in the Switch Schools competition. One thing I liked personally was to see a hub competing against these top tier schools. That was a positive for me. Molefe to Van Heerden. Catch! Oh, it was a bum ball. My bad.
TV catch. That's a TV catch. That's for the spectators, that.
I was ahead of myself there. And funny, it was only me that was excited.
Ooh.
Yeah, just to wrap up, it's really a good thing that you've got Graham College that went there 2 times already, if I'm not mistaken. Selborne also went, and they were not knocked out. They went to the semis. We'll take a single there. The previous year, Graham College was kicked out by Bishops, who won the league, the Switch.
Yes.
So there is at least a light at the end of the tunnel, and there is hope for Eastern Cape schools.
No, there definitely is. It's just you want our competition to be tougher in our region, because if we're competing well with one another, then certainly our cricket grows. All the schools become stronger, and then whoever wins the division or the competition here is that much better to go and compete out there. You speak of the hub side. I was very impressed with that team.
Single there. Yeah, there's definitely good things coming Eastern Cape's way. and also to see Nomandi from Transkei, former Transkei, going to the nationals, beating these top tier schools. Single there for Van Heerden, and that's the end of an over. The score now is 94 for 3 after 22. It's time to change our commentary team. Thank you all, as we welcoming back again Kengesi, Mabusela, Blessing.
Aye, man. Hey. You did that to me when we started. You said, hello, Blessing. You know my reservations about that.
No, good thing is they all in the ID. So bowling change again from the graveyard end is Masumputando Ntini coming back for his second spell.
Yeah, Tanantini didn't get much success from the Bunkers Hill end. And also, it's a good time to give him another chance after Hardis Kutsa had gotten the breakthrough with the big wicket of Yasin Valley.
Yeah, now they have to rebuild. And they will have their faith on Van Heerden.
Yeah, it's actually going along nicely. 37 of 45 balls. He hasn't looked flustered at all, has George Van Heerden.
Yeah, they will need him until the end. But often at times, when you start praising a player and the opposite happens, same as to Yasin Valley. He was the backbone of the Badgers. Dini to Van Heerden. Ball that looked like it was nipping out.
Yeah, just a sign again of the wicket being slightly too paced, because Van Heerden was expecting that ball to come at him a bit quicker than it actually did. There's no one in front of square for Tanwantini on the boundary, so you expect him to keep bowling back of the lane.
Great fielding there by Nico van Zyl.
Yeah, and also great communication by the two batters. They spotted that Nico van Zyl was one of those tall, lanky lads. It would probably take a long time for him to get down, and they chanced him.
By the looks of things, Kengesi, when you are assessing the pitch, what would be the pass score there? Here, something that the visitors would fancy they could defend.
Yeah, I think it's more of the same from last week, from the previous game. You can see that the pitch isn't identical to the condition it was in 4 days ago, but I think we've covered it enough so far in the broadcast that if you bide your time here as batsmen, you can probably get yourselves in a good situation. I'll just finish that thought after this.
Yeah, that's over up, and the score now is 95 for the loss of 3. 23 overs gone. Van Heerden is on 38, Moletsane on 8.
Yeah, so if they can get themselves to anywhere close to 150 after in the 30th over, with the run rate as it is right now, or just slightly high, maybe at 4.5, they can easily target 280 on a pitch like this. 280 would be a very good score.
Great bowling there by Molefe.
Because the boundary balls will come. They just need to give themselves time and just punish the bad balls, keep rotating the strikers they have been.
Yeah, big thing to have would be to have a partnership that will take them to these heights you're talking about. But currently, Molefe is darting the ball nicely there, doing exactly what he has planned.
And that's what's going to be disappointing the coaches for the 6-gun grill Gordon Root Badgers. The partnerships, they've had starts. The first one, okay, he got out of the first over, but Carl Jacobs and Yasin Valley put on 28, and then Valley and Van Heerden put on 40 odd. And then both batters just threw their wickets away.
Yeah, and it will take someone to redeem these innings from the visitors. Molefe, Moletane. Must say I've been impressed with the fielding today. They've been spot on. And you can also see the half a chance that Tandondini had of his bowling, of a chance of a cotton bowl. Cuts that one, and there's a sweeper patrolling the boundary there. And that's the end of the over, and the score now is 97 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, at a stage like this, they'll obviously hope that they can get to that 100-run mark at the end of this over, of this Tandondini over, and then they'll take it in stages. If they can tell themselves that they can score another 50 runs and from 100 to 150 before we get to the 30th over, or just as they get to the 30th over, then they can push on without losing another wicket.
Noratsane giving himself some room there, hitting the ball to the onside, and they will only manage to get 2 runs.
Yeah, he gave himself room and he just freed himself. He expressed himself. He's been very tentative so far in his innings, and that's great to see. That's great to see.
I'm not sure if that's a game plan going forward to try and line Ndini here. I think he's got some pressure that he's feeling somehow. Short ball was cut away, and they getting back for the second, and that brings 100 up for the visitors. The score now is 101 for the loss of 3 wickets.
He's been a very busy man, has Lishe Sizani, and you can see him as feeling it a bit. He's had to run 30 meters both ways in the space of 2 balls.
Yeah, and you can't hide from the cricket field. The ball will forever chase you. Great shot for 1. Moletane moves to 14.
It'll also be interesting to see if they will utilize Lishe Sizani today. We saw that 4 days ago the pitch wasn't really taking to the slow bowlers, and an experienced campaigner like Gaudi Molefe traveled for a lot of runs.
Dini to Van Heerden. "39 runs for Van Heerden. Has only faced 52 deliveries.
Yeah, wickets in hand are going to be crucial, yeah. They can't afford to lose any more wickets in the next 10 overs. The Garden Route Badgers.
Yeah, I think when we were watching the Inyati versus the Eastern Storm last week, the good thing was the home team kept wickets in hand, and then there was a cameo by Dutoy at the back end of the innings where he scored a quick 49 runs. So I would like to concur with you, Kengesi, that they will have to keep wickets in hand. Great shot for a single. And that's the end of the over, and the score now is 104 for 3 after 25 overs.
And that was a very good over for the Garden Route Badgers because they managed to score 7 runs from it without really taking any risks. And if they can keep going on with that, the run rate achieved can move up to somewhere around 4.5, 4.6. At the moment, it's 4.2. And they can set themselves up for what we have been talking about, which is a big finish. And also, scoreboard pressure on the Eastern Cape Inyati, we've seen in the first few games of the season, or of this competition, that they're not able to handle it all that well.
A reverse sweep. It's looking good and handsome, but they will settle for 2 runs. That was a great shot by Muletsane. And like we said before, you can't hide from the cricket field. It's been a busy day at the office for Sizani today.
It's just that to run anything between 30 to 40 meters now just to cover that ball.
Yeah, but ideally this is the brand of cricket I would like to see the visitors doing. If the boundaries are not coming thick and fast, at least you need to rotate the strike.
Yeah, and if Moletsane feels comfortable playing that reverse sweep, then by all means they should be playing it.
Yeah, but for me, if you start playing a reverse sweep, it tells me that you are feeling some pressure. There is a problem. Instead of playing straight, you are finding it difficult to navigate with the bowler. Charges down and disguise it. There's a man underneath. Catch taken there. Catch taken, and another one bites the dust.
That's a tough one to call. It's a tough one to take for the Garden Route Badgers because you didn't feel like any pressure was being built up ahead of that wicket for George Van Heerden to be trying to play that kind of shot. The runs, the partnership was going well, and it's inexplicable what has just transpired there.
Yeah, it was pressure, Kengesi. From the dugout, it looks fine. The scoreboard, they can navigate. That was a great catch. Looks like he got a leading edge there, Van Heerden.
It looked like his bat just twisted in his hands. Also, as you said, it was a good catch because at a moment there was a moment for the Eastern Cape Inyati fielders where 3 people were converging on that ball. But Jason Niemand took leadership there and he decided he was going to take the catch.
Yeah, now Newman to the middle is hit Richards.
It's not necessarily the time they would have liked Richards to come in. We've been talking about this the entire time, that you'd like players like Heath to come in a bit later than they actually are in now.
And once again, they've been battling to have partnerships.
It's difficult for a player like him to come in and be expected to rotate the strike as easily as it would have been for a player like George van Heerden to build up an innings, because he ideally wants to come in where there's already been a foundation laid. But at 107 for 4 after 25, the pressure is on.
Great ball by Molefe.
Credit to Molefe, because he's gone for 15 of his first 5.
He's hitting good areas today. Half a chance there. What a way to end the over. The score now is 108 for the loss of 4 after 26. Great comeback by Molefe. His figures were not looking good the previous game. There's too much improvement today. He's bowled 5, 16 runs, and he's got 1 wicket. Big wicket of Van Heerden.
Yeah, he's essentially broken the back of this innings. As we see now, Lisha Sizani, we're just talking about him and whether the Eastern Cape Inyati captain would want to bring him into the attack.
And maybe that's the best place to hide him. He's been running around like a headless chicken today on the field.
Yeah, he's been put through his paces as Sizani, but as one of the youngest members in the team, I'm sure he will never ever complain about that.
Yeah, like we said earlier on, it's good to see the cricket players coming in. Dot ball to start off with. You see the field all over now, the ground. Spectators are coming.
Actually, on my break, I did get the chance to talk to some of the players, and they said that they have been watching the games on YouTube. So the exposure that the Eastern Cape Inyati is getting at the moment is way more than it used to be. You're seeing kids that perhaps had never even watched a single border game in the past, but now they can be able to watch from Middle Drift or from Hilltown the Eastern Cape Inyati play, and they're seeing local heroes play for this team.
Drives that one down the ground. And Hardas is doing the fielding there.
Oh, my lord, Lisha Sizani has gotten away with 3 very, very nice deliveries to hit for a 6 there, but lucky for him has been bowling to someone who's just came onto the crease. Those should have disappeared.
Yeah, also as a new batter, you still don't want to throw your wicket away cheaply. Rather safe than sorry. But he was attacking the stumps there, like he was bowling wicket to wicket.
Yeah, it was very brave of Moletsane.
And end of his first over, and the score now is 110 for 4. And that's the end of the 27th.
That ball there from Lisha Sizani was very straight and very quick, but he played it across the line, and fortunately for him, his bat wasn't too far closed for him to make contact.
Just checking at the field. Deep square leg. Great bowling. There's a sweeper and there's a long off. Moletsane will get a single there. It's lovely to see again that Molefe has got now the captain who is fielding at the sleep position now. See if he can bowl to his plans.
It was a good adjustment from Richards because it was, as you were saying, bowling to his plan was Molefe. He was expecting Richards to try and play that off the front foot, but he saw that he probably wouldn't get there and he played it off the back foot.
Yeah, but that's a general problem we do have in South Africa. Even worse when you get our players going to the subcontinents. We always play spin on the back foot. We hardly go forward. Nice save there by Molefe.
Yeah, ideally if the spinner is not bowling straight at the stumps, you have a better chance when you're going on the back foot because you're not really exposing yourself. It's only an issue on those kinds of deliveries where you play on the back foot but the ball's coming straight at the stumps.
End of the over, and the score now is 112 for 4. 28 overs gone, and there'll be change in columns.
Yeah, the overs are flying by here. And with the introduction of Lihle Sizani, essentially, the 5 main bowlers for the Inyati will not all be bowling themselves out. What do you think the reason is for not sticking to just those 5, Os? Is there a need for the extra spinner?
I think it's being in control of the situation, reading the wickets, the pace of the wickets, and just the ability to be flexible.
Yeah, it's certainly taking to spin a lot better than it did in the game 4 days ago, where there really was nothing on offer. And they essentially had to depend on their own variations or varying the pace of the deliveries that they were bowling. But essentially, it didn't work. In that last game, the previous game, the first one that they played here on this pitch, it didn't work. But we see now that there's more purchase. As we see Lihle Sizani about to come in for his 4th ball of this over. I think he's finally found the right length. And that's great fielding from Tandontini and applauded by his teammates.
Yeah, there's a good buzz out in the field by the fielding team. I also like Lihle Sizani bowling over the wicket rather than bowling around the wicket. He's got more control and he's bowling to his field.
Oh, all the control there was in the hands of Heath Richards. He dispatches Lihle Sizani straight down the ground. The one time that he strayed a bit too full, he played a bit too full to the batsman, and he is ably dispatched.
Yeah, missed his length there. And with his mid on up, with his mid on in the ring, that's a free hit for the batter.
Let's see how he recovers. does well and keeps Richards on the back foot. Not the best way to end the over for Lihle Sizani. And they go through for a single to make things to make matters worse. The ball was not dead, judges the umpire. So, I am mistaken. The umpires did call the over or the ball dead. So yes, we do end the over on 118 for 4 after 28 rather. There's all sorts of chaos happening here after 29 overs. And we see the reintroduction of Chad Clausen coming from the same end that he was in his first spell. It didn't go as well as he would have liked.
See the change of bowling here, bringing pace on. I think the two batters now were getting to come to terms with the pace of the spinners. So changing things up, Seema back on, looking for a breakthrough. I think it's a wise move from the captain, Nathan Rue.
Gives himself room, does Moletsane, tries to hit it over the man at mid-off, and he manages just to get the boundary. He has been playing around the crease, has been moving around the crease a lot, and it's finally paying off for him.
Yeah, this is the stage of the game where you're looking to shift gears as the batting team. You know, you're looking to stamp your authority into the bowling attack and get the scoreboard moving quickly.
Takes him on, short ball, but he glides, just is able to caress that ball past the man, a deep backward square leg, and he finds another boundary, back-to-back boundaries for the Garden Route Badgers.
Moletsane has taken a decision here. He's going to be the man of the moment. He's the one that's going to get the scoreboard moving. He's going to take the attack to the bowling attack, and he's going to get the scoreboard moving by exploiting areas of the boundary.
Chad Clausen under all sorts of pressure. Bowls at full, just outside off stump. Dot ball.
So there's a tournament called Umacale Gusha. And Umacale Gusha, there's a saying there that says, Tatisqibo. You know, make a decision. And once you make a decision, you back yourself.
He's backing himself as Moletsane, and he's also backing away from the crease, and he makes room. Gets the ball to the sweeper boundary on the offside. 9 runs off the first 4 balls of this over.
See, now with Moletsane having taken a decision and shifting gears, it then forces Nathan and his team to rethink their strategy going forward, because now he's shifted gears probably 10 overs earlier than what everyone expects.
Then you're prompted to think that as a collective, as a batting unit, as a team, they probably had targets they had at the start of the game, and with the wickets that fell, perhaps those targets went a little bit to the backside. But now Moletsane is trying to up the ante to get them closer to where they said they wanted to be. Also, Yorker does Chad Clausen, and there was a small chance there for the fielder at short mid-wicket, Michael Copeland. Diving away to his left, he couldn't get there, and that's how we end the over. The score is 128 for 4 after 30 overs.
Yeah, so I think when you talk about totals and what you think would be a good score, you're going to only get to making that decision when you've started batting and your openers or your top 3 have seen through that first 10 overs, get the message back to the dugout, and then this is how we're going to play. It's not quite coming on, it's turning. So you reassess and you come up with a reasonable total and you work your way towards it. So right now, looking at the way Moletsane is going, there's a total that's been put up, and that's what he's trying to go for.
How do you feel about the change of ends for change of angles, I should say, for Lihle Sizani?
When he goes around the wicket, he tends to bowl that leg stump line. And when you bowl that line, once you drop it short, there's a free hit between 45 and that man on the boundary at deep square leg.
But Moletsane plays with Lihle Sizani's feelings, with his emotions. Just casually laps him to the offside, and Khaudi Molefe is able to cover that ball. But you are right, Lihle Sizani immediately changes the angle again. I'm not sure what prompted him to change it to begin with.
So spinners have a variation of playing with the crease, So going around the wicket, you're changing the batter's view as where he's looking at the ball from. But if you're staying over the wicket, you could play with the crease by going wider.
So not necessarily having to change angles by coming around the wicket, but just by going wider, you'd be helping yourself. It's still the same effect.
100%. So the batsman still has to adjust to where you're bowling from, rather than actually you changing and going around the wicket. So yeah, it's a 50-50 game.
That's very well hit from Heath Richards, and it took a lot from Nathan Root to be able to keep that down to just one. But the two batters are certainly showing more positive intent.
I think he's bowling to a better field now, as I say that he changes it. I would like for him to have a long off and the guide sweeper coming into the covers, because then it allows him to bowl a little bit fuller. Now if he goes too full, it's a free hit over mid-off for a boundary, and that's what the batsman will be looking for.
And he bowls a ball that goes straight to the position that Jason Neiman just came from. An easy single for Moletsane to end the over. 31 overs in, 4 wickets down. The score is 136. The partnership swiftly has moved on to 29. Moletsane is currently on 34 and Richards is on 13. Chad Claassen is about to continue from the Bunkers Hill end. His last over went for 9 runs. 10 runs, actually.
Let's see how Moletsane faces up here. Is he still going to go in 5th gear?
There's your answer. Again, backs away and just hits him over Christian du Toit at mid-on.
5th gear it is then for Moletsane. And I think if he's searching hard enough, I think he might find a 6th gear here. He has made up his mind. He is going to take on Chad Claassen, and he's going to get the scoreboard ticking very quickly.
He's not even advancing down the track. He's just giving himself room. Once again, well played, but this time Christian du Toit is able to cover that.
See, by Moletsane giving himself room and exposing his stumps, he's giving himself the option of hitting the ball straight, but also he's giving himself the option of hitting the ball over extra cover. So it's quite a clever idea that he's got.
Good Yorker from Chad Claassen, and it's been a good comeback so far in these next 2 balls after going for what was a chastening 4 runs off the first ball. But now it begs the question, should he not be bowling back of the length if he has a field that has all the players in front of square inside the circle? Because he keeps disappearing every time he tries to pitch it up, and it proves so yet again. Hasn't been a good spell so far for Chad Claassen. Is gone for 22 runs in his first 1.4 overs since he came back.
It's easier to think clearly when you're on top and you're dominating and you're hitting your mark.
To make matters worse for the Eastern Cape Inyati, Chad Claassen has bowled another no ball, and Muletsane, having not needed an invitation, any free gifts or anything like that, he has now gotten the best gift of all, a free hit.
Yeah, when you're under the pump, your mind gets a lot of traffic in terms of thoughts, and the execution's not quite there.
Yet another example of players bowling their best balls when the free hit is on, and then you would not be surprised if they move away from it and they get smacked for yet another boundary the ball after.
As a fielding side, you never want to be following the ball, moving fielders around, closing the gaps where you've disappeared for a boundary.
Gets smashed down the ground again, but he's got protection now at long on. And that's how we end the over. The score is 146 for 4 after 32. Inching ever closer to that 150 run mark, or the 6-gun grill garden route badges. And you expect Heath Richards to keep the pressure on Lisha Sizani here in the following over.
Gangs, I don't know if you watch football at all, but as a captain, if you're getting pummeled all over the show, you become like a football coach next to the field as the captain. You start waving your hands everywhere, you're shifting people from there to there, and everyone gets confused because you're under the pump. You want to stay calm. You expect your bowlers to hit their straps and be in control.
Yeah, I see that all the time from the coaches of Kaiser Chiefs in the PSL, especially in that previous game when they played against Orlando Pirates. And unfortunately for Kaiser Chiefs, they were hammered for 3-0. So I understand exactly what you're talking about now. Nathan Rue has been scrambling to get things in order. He has got some work to do, has Nathan Rue. Moletsane decides to take on the arm, and that is great running from the two batsmen in the middle.
Finding the pocket there of long off. Nathan Rue had to cover about 25 meters to his left there, and the batters coming back for a second run.
The roles are being reversed in a way here. You would expect Heath Richards to be the one that's finding the boundaries a bit easier, and Moletsane to be trying to rotate the strike, but proving Moletsane that he has a power game as well. A slight stutter there from Lisha Sizani to try and get the batsman off his groove, but it doesn't really work. Again, finding the pocket is Heath Richards, and the 150 is up for the Garden Route Badgers. 12 4s and 2 6s. Still a long way to go. It's a very good fielding from Lisha Sizani, and what you would describe as a crowd catch. That ball was hit so fast it didn't even look like it had bounced. He's certainly lining him up as Heath Richards. He's just waiting for that one over pitch delivery. 152 for 4 after 33.
See, Moletsane asking for his long handle bat, as if he hasn't done enough damage with the short handle bat. You know, he's putting away the 3i and now he's asking for his driver.
It's the worst possible thing for a player to be asking for a new bat only to face a couple of deliveries and then lose your wicket. But we do want to see some fireworks here at Border Cricket. We do want to see some fireworks at Buffalo Park. There's a crowd here. There's an expectation around the field. And Moletsane is just with the Buddha jogs all the way back.
College jog.
The college.
Gaudi Molefe back into the attack. One thing I like about Gaudi as a spinner is that he cleans up after himself. You know, so spinners 2 meters to their right or 2 meters to their left, they've got to stop that. That ball can't go to the boundary sweepers. And he is very good at that. Cleans up after himself properly.
Also, the man standing at short cover or extra cover has been the busiest when Gaudi Molefe has been bowling. It speaks to how he's been bowling to his field as well. Tries to sweep him. Once again, it was unforced. Didn't look like he needed to play that kind of shot with the ball being that wide.
You see, also that shot there, that sweep shot was invited by the field that's been set. You know, if you got a square leg up in the ring and the spinner's bowling, as a batter you want to clear that square leg. But now as a spinner you're in the game because now he's playing across the line. So it's a cat and mouse game.
Change from Richards. He is very fortunate there. The umpire judges that to have been missing the stumps. It's very possible that that ball, the impact was just outside the line. But you certainly see that Heath Richards is trying to do something different here. Goes back to being conventional and indeed smashes that ball down the ground. And Gaudi Molefe thought he had half a chance on his weaker right hand side. That ball was always going to go past him.
You know, Gaudi couldn't clean that one up. That was hit like a rocket.
Is a big bloke as Heath Richards, and it doesn't take a lot for him to generate that sort of power. It's been a good over. It was a good over up until that point from Gaudi Molefe. And he finds a single to end the over. The score is 157 for 4 after 34. Also, very importantly, it's a 50 partnership, and these two batters have contributed almost equally to the partnership, and the umpires have also decided that they'll give the batters and the bowlers a bit of an extra second to think about everything that's taken place. It's a drinks break. We're back on for this game at Buffalo Park in Kukombo City between the Eastern Cape Inyati and the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers. So far, we've gotten 34 overs into the first innings. The score is 157 for 4. The Garden Route Badgers have Peko Moletsane on 44 at a runner ball. George van Heerden gave his wicket away, 40 of 56. Yasin Valley as well, he got a good start, opened the innings, 32 of 45 balls, and Heath Richards and Moletsane just got to their 50-run partnership for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Well, it's always the same. Nico van Zyl impressing in his first 6 overs, 2 for 11. Gaudi Molefe as well got 1 for 23 in his 7. Harjas Kotza, the ever hard-working, 1 for 33 and 5. And Tanontini hasn't gotten a wicket yet, but he's gone for 27 of 5 overs. Lihle Sizani about to continue. Dot ball first up, and we were talking off air that the drinks break couldn't have come at a worst possible time for the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers, having just gotten to their 50-run partnership, the momentum all on their side, runs coming freely, flowing freely, and the umpires, unfortunately, the situation called for a drinks break.
Yeah, interesting to see that the last 11 overs have gone for 62. So the batting side will be happy with that because striking at about 5.5 and over.
Yeah, it speaks to the point that we're making about how they would not have liked going to that drinks break. Breaks the momentum. Peko Moletsane tries to play that reverse sweep yet again. This time it doesn't come off, but it does get Lihle Sizani thinking.
So the reverse sweep that he's trying to play, I'm not sure if it's a good value for runs.
Oh, there was a chance for Lihle Sizani there, but he gave it a bit too much time. Or he gave himself a bit too much time to think about it instead of just going at that ball. You were saying that you do not know if there's much value for runs in playing that reverse sweep. Does that have anything to do with the fact that Sizani is trying to turn it back into him? Or is he maybe not bowling at a pace that's sufficient enough for that ball to go all the way to the boundary?
Yeah, so looking at the field that's set for him, there's a sweeper that's quite square on the offside, and then there's a point, and he's trying to reverse sweep that hard. So if he hits that well, he hits it to the guy that's sweeping. But if he paddles that, then there's room for an argument there because there's no 45 on the offside. So there's a hard reverse sweep, which he'll find the sweeper, and then there's the paddle reverse, which then goes to that vacant 45 area region where you'll get a 3 if they run hard, and if Lihle is bowling at a good pace, then he'll get a boundary.
Got you. So much to ponder for Peko Moletsane. Scores 160 for 4 after 35. Gaudi Molefe to carry on from the Bunkers Hill end. Starts off with a dot ball. Have only been 6 extras in these 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers innings. He tries to take on the man on the cow boundary, but the ball goes for a 6. There was a slight misjudgment from the fielder, and it looked for a second like he had taken that safely, but he stepped over the boundary. He wasn't aware of his surroundings. He felt himself step on the boundary just as he was catching that ball. That's going to be very disappointing for the Eastern Cape Inyati because they practice those catches so often.
Control the controllables. That there for me is a controllable. You know, if you're aware of your surroundings, you take the catch. Batting side is under pressure. But now they get a boundary.
Audi Mulefe asking all the right questions here of Heath Richards. And to your point, it would have been the perfect scenario for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Just 1.2 overs back from the drinks break, they would have gotten the breakthrough. Ended a 59-run partnership. But instead they got a 6. The 6-gun grill Garden Route Badgers. Darts that one in. That's Audi Mulefe, and there's a chance for 2 runs. But he will get to keep the strike, Heath Richards. 36 overs in. The score is 167 for 4. 14 overs left. And you do not expect Lihle Sizani to come back into the attack now.
Yeah, I think both batters now have made a decision that it's go time. There's only one way you get to 250 plus, and that's by putting down the handbrake, engaging 5th gear, and taking the bowling attack on. And seemingly both batters are about to do that. As we see a bowling change now, as expected, as the batters are trying to be dominant, skipper goes back to his tried and tested Nico van Zyl with outstanding figures of 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets for 11 runs. But now he'll have to change his approach here. He's going to have to try and hit the toes of the batsman to try and get a breakthrough, to try and just restrict the runs that the batting side seem to have here today.
We do see that Nico van Zyl is coming back into the attack at a different stage. He's got much more protection now, and they take a quick single. That was way too easy for the Garden Route Badgers. And the captain there is not happy with what happened. Nathan Rue, he felt as if the fielders and the circle were not covering that sufficiently enough.
So also, gangs, that's because the batters are hitting boundaries. You know, they're looking to go after the bowlers. So every fielder in the inner ring is hanging back. So anything that's just touched with soft hands, there's an easy one.
Moletsane on strike. Gives himself room once again, but Nico van Zyl, wise to it, decides to bowl that ball back of the length, asking Moletsane to try and generate something, knowing that there's cover on the long on boundary and square leg. Of course, we are still within that 11 overs to 40 over stage where only 4 fielders can be out on the boundary. That's the wicket for Nico van Zyl. Immediate impact from the Inyati's premium bowler. He gets a wicket of Peko Moletsane, who had just changed his bat. We were expecting fireworks from Moletsane, but he departs for 45 runs of 49 deliveries. He set up the situation well for his team, but unfortunately he loses his wicket as well. Just after the drinks break, 2.2 overs back from the drinks break, having been in a premium position, they are now on the back foot once again, or the 6-gun grill Garden Route Badgers.
Nico van Zyl, disciplined, hitting the toes, hitting the base of the stump. Once you bowl that line, the batter has got 0 options they have to dig it out, and that Yorker was just exceptional from the tried and tested opening bowler of the Eastern Cape Inyatis.
Well, for the 6-gun Grail Garden Route badges, nothing much needs to change because the wicket-keeper batsman that's just coming in, Benny Hansen, is more or less the same type of player as Peko Moletsani. Is going to try and rotate the strike, but he is not afraid to take the bowlers on. So Heath Richards now is taking on more of a responsibility, seeing that Benny Hansen has just come on.
Also going to be very vital that Richards doesn't now stop looking to score. He's going to keep applying the pressure.
It's like Nico van Zyl is operating with a god level of aura at the moment in this competition because everything it touches turns to gold, and all the teams seem to respect him more than they respect the other bowlers in this Eastern Cape Inyati attack. And he gives the batsman something different to think about, but that ball was not well directed, and Malika unfortunately couldn't keep it. It bounced just short of him.
When we talk about respect that Nico van Zyl's been given, it's earned. You know, he's earned the right to be respected by the batters because of what he's contributing to the team.
That's very well played from Heath Richards, and that ball evades Christian du Toit standing at cover. And that's how we end the over for Nico van Zyl. The score is 170 for 5 after 37.
Having a bowler like Nico van Zyl in your attack is having gold. You know, you give him the new ball, he hits his good areas, he nips it around, and then he comes back with the older ball, and he knows that he's got to change up, and he goes fuller, he goes at the toes, and he really misses his mark. So he is gold for the bowling attack. And he keeps on turning up, game in, game out, turns up with the goods all the time for the team. He's just producing gold right now.
Gaudi Molefe, another premium bowler for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Once again, he's keeping that fielder in the covers very busy. He's been bowling to his field the entire day, has Gaudi Molefe, and he has a chance to get a first crack at Benny Hansen. They're deliberating over a fielding change, and Hardas Kotza moves back all the way to the backward square leg boundary. And Nathan Rue, it seems, is moving back to first slip. Christian du Toit is the only player in the covers. Gaudi Molefe putting his body on the line. A player of his minuscule stature bumping into a big bloke like Heath Richards. Only chaos is going to be on Gaudi Molefe's end.
I like the fact that he's changing up his pace here. It's not just darting it in. He's darting a couple in, he's holding a few back, making the batsman think. Great thinking from Gaudi Molefe.
The setup of Benny Hansen is exactly what Gaudi Molefe would like. Because he's setting up on the back foot. He's setting up on the back foot, and Molefe is probably going to do what you just said now. He's going to dart one in. Oh, it's a very good shot, and Lihle Sizani is equal to it. Keeps it down to just one. You have to wonder if that wasn't going to be a 4 had it gone past him and Nico van Zyl had to chase it all the way to the boundary. Another change in the field with Heath Richards on strike, last ball of the over. They are backing themselves to not ball it down the leg side. Takes on the fielder once again, does Heath Richards. He's gone! Jason Niven takes the catch. Needless wicket once again. Lost by the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers. He is crossed with himself.
The build-up of the over. Richards starved of the strike. First one up. Has a launch, tries to clear the boundary. Doesn't connect. Safe hands on the boundary there. And he's gone for 35 runs of 41 balls. Gaude Molefe striking. It's a very clever setup there from Gaude throughout that over. You know, it wasn't just one pace. He played around with his pace. He darted a couple in, held up, and then the chance came, and it's wicket time.
Hello, Os. Once again, we're back. Score now is 172 for 6 after 38 overs. As we see now, Liam Alder to the middle. Hansen is on 1. This is one situation you don't want as a batting team. Hansen on 1. Liam is also still has to open his account. Van Zyl to Hansen. Taking that one off the pads to get a single.
So Jack, you mentioned as a batting unit you don't want to be in this situation. But as the bowling team, this is gold. You've got 2 new batters in. You can bring a couple of guys up in the ring. You can squeeze them a little bit more. Couple more dots. Building pressure. So again, it's a 50-50 depending on which side of the coin you are. But it's a good setup.
Van Zyl, Hansen. Short ball, he cuts it over, there's a man! He drops the catch, it looks like it's Sizani. Ball that went straight to him. But great effort by Lihle Sizani. That's a ball you think was supposed to be taken because he had it, but eventually he dropped it. Ball that was short. Van Zyl to Hansen. Cuts that one to third man. He'll get a single.
You know, so Jack, that half chance there for Lihle Sizani, I like the fact that he's taken the decision to go for the wicket rather than back off and allow the run to be taken. You know, it shows that the team is searching and hunting for wickets. You know, you can easily just back off of that one and say, I wasn't going to get there. But he took the decision, went for it, got to it, and unfortunately didn't quite grasp it.
Drive straight, looks handsome. Great job. Turning for the second. They will get the 2 runs they were looking for. Yeah, they would like to tighten the screws and not to let the tail to give them hard time. Van Sale. They will settle for a single there. A ball that the batter would have wanted to see it running over the boundary, but he couldn't pierce the gap there.
Interesting to see how the Badgers are going to go with the remainder of this innings with 11 overs to go or so, knowing fully well that they've probably got the bowlers left back in the dugout. Do you want to get bowled out, or do you want to hang around and get a 220?
Yeah, and it's a pity. And now there's batter number 8 on the pitch. And that's the end of the over. 178 for 6 after 39. So it will be a bonus if you get runs from the tail enders. But ideally, your top batsman needs to do the job. But they couldn't hold on. And ideally now, the way these ODIs are taken at the back end of the innings, they treat them as T20s. But that is possible when you've got wickets in hand. But now 6 wickets down. Trying to sweep. Batter misses everything. Trying to come back for the second. There's no harm there. That will be buys.
It doesn't look like there's going to be gear down here from the Badgers. They're going to stick to their guns here and go at 5th gear and try and take on the attack. As we just saw there, an attempt of a slog sweep.
Can't get the ball past the fielder there. Is Elder. Maybe they would like to go over 200 mark, and then they will know they've got at least something to bowl at. Sweeps again. There's a man patrolling the boundary, and the ball wins the race. That's 4 runs. First boundary from Elder.
Yeah, I think the thought process is let's get as many as we can, and if we get bowled out, so be it. But we're not going to hang around and try and nudge our way to 200. If we're going to get to 200, we want to get to 200 quickly, and we're going to push on from there. That seems to be the mindset of the Badgers.
Molefe. Elder gets underneath. It looks handsome. It went all the way for 6. Great shot by Elder. 10 runs and 2 balls. And the score moves now to 190 for the loss of 6 wickets. And good thing that there's spectators, school kids, and they're enjoying these boundaries and the efforts that are happening on the field. Seeing players putting body on the lines. Molefe to Elder. He gave himself some room for that one, and unfortunately Molefe was running away from him. Dot ball.
Well, Liam Elder showing that he's no mug with the bat here. Saying to Houd, if you miss your length, I'm going to go down on my knee. I'm going to pick you up over square leg. And it did that twice. And then that last one, nudging it through mid-on for 1.
And that was the end of the over. And spell for Molefe. And he's got 2 wickets. only conceded 43 runs, and that's great comeback by the young Molefe. The score now is 191. 10 more overs to go. Run rate is creeping up, 4.8 from 4.4. Might not be what they are wanting it to be, but at least it's something.
Brave call, yeah. Lihle Sizani back into the attack.
And he lofts it. Lihle Sizani back to the attack, and the batters are trying to attack him right from the word go.
So Jack, there's no doubt here Liam Elder is going to go for the slog sweep. It's a shot that he fancies quite a lot. Lihle Sizani is turning the ball into him. Fireworks time.
It would be lovely to witness, because there's guys patrolling that onside boundary. Goes the other way. Can't beat Molefe there, but he will settle for a single. But great bowling by Sizani. Bowling to his fielders. He wanted him to go, but Elder thought he must go otherwise and reverse sweep that one. Gives himself some room. Lovely shot for 6 through the covers. He lost that one for 6 runs.
As a batting team, if there's an over that they're going to look to attack, this is going to be the over. Lihle Sizani's over. You know, if he's slightly short of a length, they're going to hit him. And if he over pitches, they're going to look to target him.
Maybe we might see him bowling his last. Because ideally you wouldn't want him at this time. The batters, if he misses his lengths, they're going to cash in on him. As we see, there's some adjustments on the field. Sizani to Elder. Bowling tight on his legs. He's calling for the second.
That's great running.
Good running in between the wickets, and that's 200 up for the visitors. It came in the 40th over. 250 balls, not too bad. And that's over up. The score now is 201 for 6, 41 overs gone. Hansen is on 4. Elder is on 24. He had back-to-back boundaries to catch up on that run rate from 4.8 to 4.9. As we see Tando Ndini coming back to the attack. I also see Malika is still holding on to the helmet. Maybe it suggests that Sizani is still going to bowl another over the side.
It would suggest that, and it would be very brave from Nathan Rue. You'd think now it's time for the seamers to come back on. To try and finish and take the four wickets that are left, or to see it through to the 50 overs with minimal damage as possible.
Yeah, you've got Harda Skutse. He bowled 5 overs, Klassen 7, Van Sail 8. And you only left with 9 overs. Dini to Hansen. Short one. And they'll get a single.
Very interesting field being set here for Tandon bowling to a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off, and a sweeper out on the cover boundary. He's got a 45 offside and leg side. He's got a point and an extra cover. So saying to the batsman, I'm coming at the stumps or I'm coming at your ribs. I'm not going to give you room to free your arms on the offside at all.
Yeah, the batter will anticipate a short ball or coming to the stumps. Dini to Hansen. Short one and well fielded. It's only here and there. They've been brilliant on the field. Also, the catch that Sizani put down, it was not an easy one. Like you have mentioned us before, it was a matter of going to the ball or saving the runs. Some innovations.
Again, as a bowler, I don't think you mind that, Sir Jack. When you've got the batsman dancing around trying to lap you, it means that you are doing something and he has to change how he wants to play.
Yeah, bowlers are dominating. That's all that suggests. And the drives. Elder is wanting to turn those singles into twos. And he's got a feeling as a left spin bowler that maybe for the home team might not be enough. They can chase it easily. So as we see now, Sizani moving from 45. Some field adjustments. Taking fine. Leg out. And third man out. He's made up his mind now. Asking for a second. Sweeper was late there. They've got their 2 runs comfortably.
Against the Jack, I think there's understanding from the batsman that he hasn't hit the ball too well, and that the sweeper guy has to move to his left, so there's a chance for 2 there. But you got to run very well, and you got to trust your partner from the other end.
Yeah, also you need to push the first one hard. Back up on time. Dini to Hansen. Beats the man on the boundary there. And it's 4 runs. To close off the over of Tando Dini. And the score now is 209 for 6. 8 more overs to go.
Yeah, the acceleration of the bat there from Hansen, using that bottom hand to punch that ball wide of the guide long on, beats him to the right for 4. Good attacking play there.
Bowling change. And the helmet has been sent off. Hardas will be coming back for his last spell. Hopefully he has fixed his demons. He was bowling. He had 2 wides already, rather no balls. Dot ball to start off with.
So Jack, how many times have we heard bowlers at practices where they overstep the front line, and as a coach you reprimand them and they tell you, I'll never bowl a no ball in a match.
And it happens.
Then it happens.
Great shot for 1. Running hard, getting the second one. Now the throw was wide from Hardas. It would have been a close one if it was well directed.
I think all the boundary fielders have got to be their toes here. The running between the wickets is exceptional. So everyone on the boundary's got to be their toes. You got to attack the ball, and the throws have got to be precise as well.
Yeah, 100% us. Kutsie to Elder. Didn't get hold off that one, but he will settle for a single. And the intentions are clear now. They won't stop anytime now.
No.
They're wanting those runs, irrespective how they come. Run rate went up to 5, slowly but surely getting there. Skies that one, and it beats the man at 45, and the ball will win the race. It's 4 runs.
So, Jack, at this stage of the innings, I don't think looking pretty is the order for the day. It's runs on board. Whether they come through a Chinese cut or over the keeper's head, the scoreboard ticks on. You go at 5.5 and over to 6 and over. I think that's what's ordered now.
I think the fielder there was right on the edge of the settle, so he managed to loft it over the fielder there. And Hardas to Hansen. He's asking for 2, but it's impossible. Great work by Nico van Zyl on the boundary. Yeah, as we all know, anything under 250, 240 at Buffalo Park, it's chaseable. On the block hole. That was great bowling to finish the over, and the score now is 217 for the loss of 3 wickets. Hansen is on 16, Elder on 28. And there's a change in commentary. Blessing is coming back to finish things off here.
Genghis.
I'm reprimanded here. It's Kengesi.
It's been a good acceleration from the 6-gun grill garden route badges over the past few overs, setting themselves up for a competitive total. I was going around the stadium and I saw one of your colleagues, Makantini, is here to watch the Eastern Cape Inyati. Also, his son is just about to bowl.
There's a man underneath it. Now Ntini will get his first wicket. Hansen departs. He has been searching for that first wicket, and eventually he managed to get one. And another one. Bites the dust again.
He persisted with that short ball, the Ntini, bowling to his field the whole time. He's been traveling sometimes, but at the end there's always something that you will gain, and he has gained a wicket there. 16 runs of 16 balls for Hansen. The struggles continue for the 6-gun grow garden route badges. Just as they're building partnerships, they always seem to lose a wicket.
Yeah, great bowling by the home team. As we see now, Jade Richter to the middle, coming in at 9. Not sure if the tail is gonna be working today, but the visitors will hope for the best. It was a great catch there from the boundary. Fielder, they covered some yards to take an excellent catch. He was diving forward. That was a brilliant catch, Kengesi.
Yeah, Michael Copeland did well there, and it's something we mention all the time in our broadcast. When you're playing at Buffalo Park, the ball doesn't travel as much as it does in the Highveld. So yeah, it died down just before it got to him, but he put himself in a good position that he was able to take that catch quite comfortably in front of him.
Dini to Richter. Gets his man. Tandondini strikes again. Batsman was trying to take him on his follow through, but unfortunately, Tandondini, he was quick enough to run the man out. And another one bites the dust again.
That is the worst possible thing to happen for the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers. Back-to-back wickets. And the two batters that were pulling them back into this contest. Now it's essentially already up to the bowlers.
Yeah, no, it was just a funny run, Kengesi. Tandondini was on his follow-through, and the ball just came back at him. So it was an easy one for him.
And I was quietly shouting, kick it, kick it, kick it, kick it. But Tandondini backed himself to just pick that ball up and throw it at the stumps. Underarm throw it at the stumps.
Yeah, of course, he was forever ahead of the batter.
Yeah,
So that was just a suicide, that one.
very, very good.
There was
play.
no run there at all. But yeah, you reap what you sow. 217 for 8. Elder departs for 28. Only faced 21 deliveries. 2 sixes and a 4.
He was looking very good, Liam Elder was striking at over 100. And as you said, he had 2 sixes and 1 boundary. It was the worst thing for him to do. It's been a theme. It's been a theme of these innings from the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers. They've been sabotaging themselves, the set batsmen. They've all got starts, but they've found a way to get themselves out. Yes, disciplined bowling from the Eastern Cape Inyati has helped, but they have not been patient enough at Buffalo Park.
2 new batsmen in the middle. The batsman that just came in now is Banele Cele. And he opened his account with 2 runs.
It's going to be a double day at the office for the bowlers. They have to do a rescue mission with the bat, and then they also have to try and defend whatever total that they get to.
Dini to Cele. Short ball. Malika misses out on that one. And maybe it's only because the previous game he was hit by a ball, hitting his face. So anything coming to his face, he will make sure he's careful and cautious about it.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much carry today from any of the bowlers. So it wouldn't hurt Malika to try and just step up a meter or so in front of himself. And Gaudi Mulefe, there you see that.
Oh, Tando is crying. Ibambe. He knows there's no one backing up and he's got a strong arm.
That was actually Jason Niemand there who was saying that he must hold on to it because Jason Niemand, had forgot that he had to be backing up.
Dini to Richter. Another half a chance. It was not gonna be an easy one. Tando is a tall lad and the ball was just above the ground, but to end the over, that was 1 run and the score now is 221 for 8. Six more overs to go. Richter on 1, Cele on 2. Nico van Zyl will come back again for another spell. He's bowled very well. 8 overs, 19 runs and 3 wickets. He came to this game as a leading wicket taker and now he's got 3 more. He has added 3 more wickets under his belt. As we see, he's got long on, long off, a sweeper, backward square leg, Richter will get a single there.
He hit that one straight into the ground and it bounced, it ballooned over the very tall Nico van Zyl.
And the score now moves to 2-2-2 for 8. Cele on 2, Richter on 2. Van Zyl to Cele. On the block hole, he kicks it, asking. The umpire is not interested.
Yeah, it looked like there was bat first there, and that's what the umpire was signaling as well.
Yeah, on the umpire's call, said there was a nick there.
And we didn't really get much protest from the Eastern Cape Inyati players.
Yeah, you could see he's aiming to bowl the Yorkers, and now if you miss it, that's what normally happens. But also Cele is still new and he missed out on that one.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of bowling to the tail enders, because once he doesn't execute as well as he would like, he won't travel.
Long off comes up. It's not an ideal delivery. He just changes field. And that ball does not justify the changes at all.
Yeah, he just lost direction there, Nico van Zyl, in that delivery. He ideally would have liked Cele to be on strike for the rest of the over. But now he has to change tactics because he's bowling to Jade Richter.
Great ball. They would like to push for the second, and they didn't hesitate. Done that successfully. So it was a close one at the end to finish off the second run.
Yeah, any run is vital for the 6-gun Grail Garden Route Badgers at the moment. They cannot be hanging around. They need to try and get those runs if the boundaries are not coming. Anything close to 250 here would be gold.
Sweeper out, long on, long off. Deep mid wicket, backward square. That one looked like it was a slower ball. Cele was searching for the second run and it was nowhere to be found.
It probably bodes well for them because they will want Jade Richter to be on strike.
45 overs gone, 226 for 8. Masim Putandontini coming back. He's now on his 8th over.
And we see that the run rate is respectable, going at 5 and over, so they are on course to get to 250. But you can't help but imagine how much more they could have gotten had they kept those wickets in hand, had they not given away so many wickets.
My simple equation G drives downtown for 4 runs. It was lovely to watch. Ball that was full. It was a great shot. You can't put any fielder for that one.
It wasn't a good ball from Tanundini. It was actually a bad ball to a player like Jade Richter, who knows that he is the last hope of his team. And he also didn't have to take a risk there.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Kingis, it's 5 overs remaining. You get 10 and over, that's 50. So that's easy 280 for you. But now it will all depend on the execution. Finally going to the boundary again.
It's a very defensive field on the leg side from Tanundini. Once again.
And funny enough, when Chad was bowling that end, the ball was keeping low. But now there's a bounce all of a sudden from Tandondini.
Yeah, even in his first spell, Ndini was able to extract a bit more pace, a bit more bounce from that end. So I don't know if it's got to do, because they have a similar height, those two bowlers. Maybe he does have an extra yard in pace.
Mr. Ndini is not happy at all with the keeper. Messing up with his figures, bowling figures.
Luckily for Ndini, buys won't count against him, but they do count against the keeper when it comes to teams meetings. And Malika has acquired or accumulated quite a few.
Tandondini to Richter. Taking that one from middle to the leg side. Playing across a bit.
Now they need to have a plan for Cele here. He's got 2 balls. One of them, if not the first one of these 2 balls needs to be a bouncer.
He has faced 2 bouncers already from Tando. Maybe now the plan will be to attack the stumps, we don't know. Skies one, and it was dropped on the boundary there by Hardus. Tandondini won't be impressed with that. That was a sitter. A ball that stayed in the air for quite some time. And the fielder had enough time to navigate and make sure he positions himself so he can be able to catch the ball.
Any run coming after this will be considered a bonus for the Garden Route Badgers.
Tando is using the short ball a lot. And that's the end of the over. The score now is 2-3-4 for 8.
That's 2 very clear, very easy opportunities dropped in this game from the Eastern Cape Inyati. They've had a couple of hard catches to take, but 2 very easy catches dropped, and the Garden Route Badgers would have been all out now. So any run that comes after this, as we said, will be extra.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the coach won't be happy. Coaches will normally tell you catches wins you matches. And also, like you said, maybe it may have been all out by now and have the home team to search for that bonus point. Van Sail to Richter. Slower one. And they couldn't test Cezanne's arm there on the boundary.
Yeah, it's not the worst result from Nico van Sail. It wasn't the best delivery, but it's not the worst result. He's got potentially 5 balls to bowl to Cele here. But now he'll be less confident in his fielders. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be trying to hit the stumps.
I will tell you what, Cele is a survivor. All the bowlers have been targeting him. He's on his second life now. Digs that one out. Calling for the second. And they turn for the second. Done that successfully so. The dugout is appreciating. Any run now is golden.
Yeah, that was actually well played from Glenn. Not the best direction from Nico Fansale, because ideally he'd like to be aiming that at middle stump or off stump when he's going for the Yorker.
That's a wide. Have to bowl that one again. It was above the shoulder's height. Also, Kolo is not a tall oak.
It is not that tall, so even a normal bouncer would tower over his head.
Ah, what a ball. He managed to find an inside edge. A faint one. And he survives.
That was great keeping from Malika. Great keeping, because Tele hit that ball on the full and it bounced right next to the stumps, and Malika was wrong-footed, but it was able to get to that ball.
Fun save to
239.
Tele. Slower one. Pierced it through the covers, beating the man there for 4 runs. Tele will take them, irrespective how they come or how many times he survives or he gets away with his wicket.
Now, the fielding from the Eastern Cape Inyati has been below par, substandard. They started off on a high note, but they have let their standards drop since the halfway mark in these innings.
Tyler chips that one over. Point. Copeland can't get the ball, and the ball wins the race. That's 4 runs for Tyler. 247. The shot does not look pretty, but it has got the result.
Yeah, that was a very effective shot from Daly. And you ask yourself what the plan is here from the Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Rue. It's the last ball of the over and he's taken the man out from the covers to the sweeper boundary. Would he rather be bowling at Jade Richter?
Takes that one out, taking on Christian Tutoy there, and they will settle for a single. 248 for 8 and 47 overs gone. Tele moves to 14, and that spell for Nico van Sail. He's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs and getting 3 wickets. Rather expensive last over,
13 runs.
and there were chances, but pity they were not taken.
The innings should be over by now. The amount of dropped catches that we've seen is not a good look for this Eastern Cape Inyati outfit.
Still the same plans from Tandondini. Still going to use that short ball for Tele.
It tells you about his fitness as well. Going back off the length that many times. Bending your back. And you expect him to employ the same tactic here with Jade Richter.
And his fielding stays the same. No changes. Fine leg. Great shot, hits that one on the ground, rolling his wrists. And they will only settle for a single. Bringing back Tele on strike again. That's 250 for the Badgers. It only came in 290 deliveries. 5 sixes and 19 fours. Tini to Tele. Skies it. There's a man underneath it. And he takes the catch. At last, Tini gets his man. Tele departs. Skying one to Copeland.
You could see there was some apprehension there from the Eastern Cape Inyati fielders once that ball came to Copeland, and it took a while for him to settle under that ball. But after he took the catch, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tele's gone for 15 of 14 deliveries.
Dini got 2 wickets now. 3 with the run out. He was not happy. Hardas dropped a seater there. Off the same guy though. 250 up. And now the last man, Sintu Machiza, is going to the middle. His job now is to use his willow.
Is it his willow though?
Hopefully, because most of these guys that are bowlers, you will find them, if he's got one, it will only be one bat, and the rest is bowling boots. That's what we'll get on his kit.
He's got a big bag full of bowling boots and just one bat.
Yeah. And for guys that are playing at a higher level, they will bring in about 6 pairs of boots to the game.
Jeez.
Whereas for batters, you will see they've got about 6-8 bats. So that tells you.
Everyone prioritizes what pays them more. What pays their bills. Sindu Majiza facing up to Tandondini.
Passes everything, including the keeper. Tandondini can't believe it.
His reaction is more directed at Mncedisi Malika, who has unfortunately been leaking buys over the past few overs.
Jason is being vocal now, trying to encourage the guys. Maybe there's a guy, they call him Fogela, on the team. Short one, and it's going to be wided. His next short ball will have to be directed. He can't bowl it again.
Jade Richter still has a huge part to play here. They've got 14 balls rather, still remaining in the innings.
There's a man on the boundary, and he takes the catch. Tandondini gets his 3rd wicket. What a time to get a wicket. Jade Richter departs, and the visitors are bowled all out. 252 all out.
We have seen some substandard fielding and catching from the Eastern Cape Inyati, but that was brilliant from Chad Clausen.
A great comeback from Tandondini, and Richter there departs for 14 runs of 13 balls, only scoring 1 4, and they've managed to get 5.3 as the run rate. was well caught there on the boundary. Now, Badgers are all out, 252. As we see now, Yasin Valley scored 32 runs, Van Heerden 40, Richards was 35, and also Liam Elder 28. He was ran out unfortunately by Ndini. Ndini has got 3 wickets. Molefe has got 2 wickets. Nico van Zyl also got 3 wickets there. And great bowling by the home team. And now it's lunchtime. We'll come back after lunch. The score is 252, all out after 77. We'll be back on after lunch. Thank you. Hello, hi, and welcome back. We're here at Buffalo Park. Garden Badgers, they won the toss and elected to bat, and they posted 252 all out. And now it's the turn for the home team to chase those runs down. They are needing 253 to win the game today. And the openers will be Nathan Roo and Lihle Sizani. They have played very well on the previous game, winning against Eastern Storms, and now they're doing the job differently. They are chasing, whereas the previous game they were posting. We'll see how they are going to navigate today's game. Required rate is 5.1 and over. There's still plenty of overs. The run rate shouldn't be a problem as long as they keep the wickets in hand. 253 runs to win of 300 balls. I won't be alone on the comms. I'm here with Os Qilishane. Afternoon, Os.
Afternoon, Sir Jack. Nice to be back after lunch. And hopefully we're going to see an entertaining day or afternoon of cricket between bat and ball.
Yeah, very interesting by Badgers. They're dropping the pace from the word go. Elders will be bowling from the Bangers Hill, and really looking forward on how Nathan Roo is going to navigate Elder. Two guys out. Long off. And deep mid wicket. First ball, he cuts it and went to a vacant land. And looks like the ball will win the race. That's 4 runs to open the proceedings for Nathan Roo.
Yeah, Nathan getting a gift there from ball 1. Short and wide, outside the off stump. Lays bat on it and it runs away through that vacant 45 region area for 4.
Elder to Roo. Still sticking on that outside, trying to bowl 4th stump, 5th stump. Dot ball. Elder to Roo. He cuts and he cuts hard. Outfield is quick. And the ball again wins the race. Back-to-back boundaries. And that's 4 runs for Nathan Roo.
Good disciplines from Nathan Roo here, the captain of the Inyati. Balls that were pitched up and turning, he's left them alone. Anything that is over-pitched, he belts one through the point region for 4. He's looking to be positive, which is a good thing. He's been looking good. He's been hitting the ball at the middle, just not converting the starts that he has.
Great ball. A rather quick start. So unlike the visitors. Last ball. And no run. That's the end of the first over, and the score now is 8. Nathan Roo is being aggressive up front. Actually, I think I like the way he's batting. He's just punishing the bad balls.
Indeed he is, and it's going to be vital for Lihle Sizani to play his role here, and his role is to anchor the innings like he normally does. And another thing, yes, Jack, is the balance or the layup of the batting lineup of the Eastern Cape Inyati side. I liked it in their last game. It looked balanced, allowing the top four to lay the foundation for the middle order to come in and bully the ball around. It was well set up, and I think it's well balanced the way it was the last game.
Yeah, as we see, Richter will be opening from the graveyard end. He's got third man out and backward square on the boundary. Great caught for Lihle Sizani. It looks like as the fielder was touching the ball, his foot touched the boundary. But nonetheless, the umpires could not pick it up.
There's nothing better as an opening batsman to get a long hop outside off stump for you to lay bat on it to get off strike.
That one, Lihle trying to flash the bat. Feet were stuck, not moving. He had a slow start on the previous game. Richter to Sizani. Cuts one to the man at point. And Lihle departs. He didn't trouble the scorers much. Only adding 2 runs on the score.
Lihle should be disappointed in himself for that. The ball was there for him to play the shot. It was there to be hit. Just the execution of the shot wasn't correct, finding the man at point. See, it was there. It was short and it was wide. It was a hit-me ball. And he's just found the field instead of the gap.
Yeah, see, also he had options there. Even if he left that one alone, it was not going to be a harm. But he departs for 2, only facing 3 balls. And now that brings Jason Niemand to the middle. It's not the ideal start they would have wanted. But the Badgers would be happy with the proceedings, getting an early wicket.
Yeah, and as a fielding side, you're always happy to get an early break. You know, so new batter in, ball still new, you want to put him under pressure. So, yeah, the Badgers won't be complaining right now.
Yeah, still a very, very long game. There's plenty of cricket yet to be played. So you see there's no changes on the fielding positions. Third man out. Deep square leg on the boundary. Richter. Great line. Pitching outside off stump. And is asking for Jason Niemand to commit himself.
A little bit of nip away from Jason Niemand there. Did well not to follow the ball, held his line. And as a top order batter, if the ball's moving around and you hold your shape, you hold your line, it beats you on the outside. Kudos to the bowler, well bowled.
And they're putting on the second slip now for Jason. Forcing the captain to take that one. Funny enough, it was not Jason's call. But he was the loudest.
Yeah. It's funny what batters will do to get off that 0.
Yeah, but it's a good thing on the previous game. That's how he paced his partners. And the runs were moving on the board. If the boundaries are not coming, he's the one that will rotate the strikes. Richter to Nathan. Intention is clear, he's targeting the stumps. And that's the end of the second over. And the score now is 11-1.
And when the bowling attack is targeting the stumps, your defensive game's got to be good. You've got to be able to look after the ball that might hit your stumps. And then you look to score from anything that's outside of the stumps.
And also, it looks like the game plan has changed. They will bring in pace now. They were just testing the wicket on the first over, where Elder was bowling. Bowler now looks like Tele. He contributed with the bat as well. He had his luck. He skied one and it was dropped. Starting off with the wide. He has to be on the money. They do not have too many runs on the board to defend.
I always say as a batter, whilst you're still trying to get your eye in and get yourself going, you've got to be aware of that bad ball. That ball that you can put away, you can't miss out just because you're trying to play yourself in.
Full face off the bat. No run. There's still some belief from the visitors that they can still do this. Sneaking in an early wicket is a bonus. So they would like to tighten those screws once again.
I think so, Jack. They're still fresh. They're just bouncing out of the lunchroom. The belief is there. The legs are still fresh. There's not much that's happened, but the longer you're not getting a wicket and the longer you're leaking runs, then your energy levels start dropping. And that's when the batting team can get on top of you.
Tele to Niemand. He's also targeting the stumps. It will be good to see them working as a team. You need to make sure that the captain is talking to his bowlers, ball by ball, and make sure they put the home team on the back foot. Tele to Niemand. Outside off stump. He'll get one run there.
Nice seeing Jason Niemand looking positive outside off stump. A very tentative Jason wants to leave that or wants to run it down to third man. He's looked to hit that through the covers, which tells you that his mindset is positive and he's here to play. And that is a good thing for the home team.
Yeah, I'm also enjoying that he's got some foot movement. Unlike Lihle Sizani. He was just flashing the bat. The feet were not moving at all. Tele to Roo. Outside off through the covers. Ball won't make it to the boundary. But they've just turned for the second.
So Jack, I think here it's going to be again a game of cat and mouse. The bowlers get it straight, trying to hit the stumps. The batters will respect that. But the second the bowlers miss and go outside of the off stump, the batters then look to score. So what's going to give in, who's going to give in when, that's going to be the interesting part.
No run there. Yeah, It's always been a case, and at the end of the third, the score now is 15 for the loss of 1 wicket. If the bowlers are bowling good areas you respect, then if it's there to be hit, you punish. They will have to be disciplined a lot, because there's nothing much on the board.
It's also going to take someone from the home team to bat here 30 to 35 overs just to ensure that there's someone that's anchoring the innings. That's a beaut.
Beating Jason's back there. But at least there's some positives for the home team coming to this game. They had 3 half-a-centurions. And Malika was leading by example there. I think he scored around 80 runs or so. So they would love to pick up where they left from.
So Jack, you look at the batting lineup here, that's on the scoreboard, you know. You look at Christian Tutoy, Malika and Kutsa. Those guys are free scoring batters. So when they come out to bat, you'd hope that the foundation has been set, so that those guys don't have to do much thinking, but just come out and play their own game. So then the pressure or the role of the top 4 becomes critical, that you got to lay the foundation for your middle order for them to come and dominate the game.
Richter. Stealing a single, there's a man there. Done that successfully, so it was a close call. And you don't want to make any mistakes this early on the game. It was a clean pick up from the fielder there. Looks like it was Rwante Branch. Richter Turu.
False starts.
You're reminding me when I was still playing for Buffs. False starts, wrong hands, the fines. Those were the days.
I will not be explaining what fines are. I'll focus on the cricket. Thank you very much.
Richter Turu. Great short ball that was moving away. And he got a single there. Ru on 11, Niemand on 3. They will have to take this one deeper. As long as they will have a solid foundation, try to build a strong partnership that will lay the platform. And I would love to see the home team showing their composure, taking the game away from the opposition. Great shot through the covers. Outfield is quick and the ball wins the race. That's 4 runs. Great shot from Jason Niemand.
So Jack, I like what you're saying there about taking the game deep, you know. That then says you've got to set up and break the game down, whether it's in 10 over sessions or 15 over sessions or 5 over sessions. But as a batting lineup, as a batting unit, you've got to be able to break the game down and not focus on the fact that you need to score 250. That's how you get to 250. Break it down.
You'll have to pull that again. I say that is how you eat an elephant.
Yes.
You can't take big chunks.
No.
You will choke. It's all about planning and executing. Last ball. Richter to niemand. Outside off stump. They stole a single there. Great running between the wickets, between the two, and that's the end of the over. 23 for 1 after 4 overs.
Again, Sir Jack, you don't want, as a batsman, to get yourself out. If you're looking at the last couple of overs, there's no demons out there. You know, bowlers are being patient and hoping for a mistake from the batsman. Now, you make a mistake, you get yourself out, you go into the changing room and you're angry with the world. The time to focus and time to be clear-minded is when you're out in the middle. Have your plans and follow your plans. Don't fall into a trap. Know your game, understand your game, and watch the ball and play. Simple, that.
Well said there, OC. Trying. Second one is not possible. The key thing is to know your game. I like that one, OC.
Also, Sir Jack, I thought for a very long time, I thought the easiest place to bat in cricket was on the non-strikers end. I take that back now. It's in the commentary box. It's very easy out here.
Aye. Well bowled, well played.
You know, when you're out there, even though you're in the non-strikers end, you can get run out. Your opponent can take one. You back on strike. You know, here in the commentary box, you talk about how to bat. You've got no chance of facing one ball. You score 100 here, you pack your bag and you go home.
No soft dismissals.
No soft dismissals, yeah.
Aye. Cele. Turu. Lovely. We see now our spectators. The number has dropped. There's some event that was hosted by Buffalo City, the Steve Chwete Games. I heard they were going to have some presentations around 1 o'clock. They were entertained. We saw them with the display of cricket that was played today. They were applauding, approving, which is good to see. And also, as what Gengese was saying, CSA is broadcasting all the games now. They're following the games. But again, we still want to see them on the stadiums. Beats the guy there at backward point. That's 4 runs. Exactly what you were talking about, Os. Anything bad, you punish. Put it away.
And Nathan Root just doing right what you're talking about there, Sir Jack. Bad ball, pitched halfway at his body, helps it along the way, beats the man at deep square leg for 4. You know, you capitalize on anything that's loose, so you have to. And you step by step, you get yourself closer to that score that you're hoping for.
Yeah, and you check now. The run rate achieved is 5.8. It's the opposite of what was happening here with the Badgers. And that's the end of the 4th. The score now is 28 for the loss of 1.
And achieving that run rate of 5.8, the batters haven't had to do anything that's risky. They've played on merit, and they've looked at the ball and they've just hit the ball. And as we see that the comparison, so after 5 overs, the Badgers was 16 for 1 after 5 overs, and the home side, Inyati, is 28 for 1 after 5 overs. And that's the ability to just dispatch the bad ball. You know, if you start missing out on the bad balls, then you want to score off the good balls, and then you get yourself out. Respect the good ball and dispatch anything that is not good.
Richter to niemand. Well bowled, well played. Yeah, that's a difference. It's a huge one. But what's common there is the early wicket.
If you look at the breakdown there, Sir Jack, the Badgers were 29 for 2 after 10. The home side is 28 for 1 after 5. So the run rate is up there.
Yeah, they'll have to keep wickets in hand and be disciplined about them. False start once again for Richter. Oh.
So Jack, I think you enjoyed the false start at Fines.
Yeah, and sipping with the wrong hand. You get him fined for that.
I think they call it Buffalo.
I like Jason's character. He's been vocal. He's calling all the runs. Even if the call is not his, but he'll take responsibility of making sure he calls. And playing like this, and you don't get boundaries, the score will quickly move up. Great shot! Outside of stump! That was pierced through the covers for 4 runs. It was lovely to watch from Nathan Roo. I'm a big fan of those cover drives.
Nathan looks like he's a man in business today. You know, I enjoy his demeanor just as a person. You know, he never gets too excited, but he also never goes into the extreme of feeling angry or sad. His demeanor is just neutral all the time.
Great shot through the onside now. And is capable of playing all around the field. He's not a one-dimension player. And that's the way to go. You hit the bad ball, good balls, you respect them. The score is ticking. Jason, on the other hand, will call you for a single or 2. Ah, great shot. But pity he couldn't pierce the gap there.
So Jack, again, there's no run, but Jason knew there was no run, and you hear the call. Wait, telling his partner that I'm in charge, we in control here. And that's a very good and positive sign for a batter, is that when the shoulders are out, the voice then becomes loud. He's here to score some runs. He means business.
Rechter to Niemand. He'll have to bowl that one again. And yeah, also psychologically, when the batters are doing that, showing some dominance, then the opposition will just drop their heads. So it's good that you get a batter that will own that crease.
Yes.
Richter to Niemand. Great shot. And it's going to beat the man at third man. That's 4 runs for Jason Niemand.
Jason Niemand and Nathan Roo complementing one another very well here today. It's not runs from one batsman or from one end. They're both doing it, both contributing towards the total, both building a partnership, looking very good together.
Yeah, that was the end of the 6th over, and the score now is 39 for 1. And the good thing is the communication between the two batters. And that goes a long way. And also those caucuses in between. When one player is starting to drop the head, then the other one will just share him up. Cele to Roo. Well bowled, well played.
There's a time where batsmen look like they're using a cricket bat, and And there's a time where you look at a batsman and it looks like they're using a door. You know, Nathan Root today, everything is coming out the middle. It's as if he's batting with a door.
Yeah, both batters. That's what I've noticed, Ossie. And it shows those are good signs. Cele to Roo. Scampers through for a single. I like it when the batsman is hitting the middle of the bat. It tells you the form they're in. Cele to Niemand. Dot ball.
The Badgers here have got to come up with a plan of how to get wickets. Or if they're not getting wickets, come up with a plan of how to drive the runs, to create a little bit of pressure on the batting team.
Yeah, they've tried to drop the pace from the word go, and that didn't work out. So they will definitely have to dig a little deeper. Otherwise the game is slowly moving away, and you could say that the home team has won the first round, the power play, and they're sitting on 40 now after 6 overs. Cele to Niemand. Yeah, maybe another thing the Badgers should have done was, while they were still batting, to assess the right areas to bowl at, so that when it's their time to bowl, they don't battle a lot. Cele to Niemand. Off the hips for a single. And that concludes the 7th over, and the score now is 41 for 1. Looks like there's gonna be some change in comms. Ossie is making way for Blessings. Is it Blessings or Blessing? I can guess.
It's one blessing.
Oh, not Blessings.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am a mere mortal. I am just one blessing to my parents.
You are not coming in twos.
Coming in twos is exactly what the 6-gun grill garden route Badgers would be hoping for. They would hope that wickets come in twos now, because they are in desperate need.
Unfortunately, as we see, Sintu Majiza will come from the graveyard end. Things don't just happen here, you have to make them happen, Kengisi.
A player like Majiza might just be the best person for the job. He will be a bit more motivated than the rest of the SWD bat bowlers, because he is a local boy. I was speaking to some of the analysts here for the game, and they're saying that he is from a little known area in Middledrift called Debenek.
Okay. That one will go for 4 runs. Nicked that one. Is Jason Niemand and went to no man's land.
Yeah, he earned that, Jason Niemand. The strong start that him and Nathan Roo have accumulated, for the Eastern Cape Inyati. It forced the 6-gun girl got en route badges to only employ one slip, and fortunately for him it went past to the area where second slip would be.
No run there. Yeah, I know a couple of Machizas, and there was one who was a scorer, Leah Machiza, and there was another Machiza I was playing with at Buffs. So it's true when you say he's coming from this area.
So it's a cricketing family, the Majizas. Now he is looking to make his family proud, but I'm sure they are torn between supporting him and supporting the Eastern Cape Inyati.
And also it's lovely to see Tando's father on the sidelines to come support his son. He's the legend, is off duty today. Sindhu to Niemand. Short one. Great running. They've just turned for the second and done that successfully so. .47. Great running in between the wickets.
As we see Makayantini on screen, as we said, Tandantini's father was playing for the Eastern Cape Inyati, yeah?
Yeah, and also he's with his Willows guys, and that's the end of the 8th. 47 for 1, as we see there is with Tsamakumbangi. They all play for Willows. Maybe they are not playing today, so they decided to come watch the Inyati playing.
Yeah, maybe Willows have a bye, but also they are out of contention in the league in the moment. I see that United Cricket Club is still in a prime position to win the Border Premier League 40 over competition.
Why 40 overs, King?
I'm sorry, it's the 50 over competition.
Great running there in between the wickets. 2 more before they get to 50. Nathan Rowe is on 22, Jason Niemand on 21.
The total for the Eastern Cape Inyati is creeping up to 50 now, and the required run rate is a shade on the 6. And that's impressive.
There's a man on the boundary. Looks like Elder. Jason loses his wicket. Does not look happy at all with that, but it departs. And the score now on the board is 48 for 2.
Jason Newman continues the trend that we've seen in today's game of set batsmen throwing away their wickets. He couldn't have timed that better. It went straight to the man on the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, if you're checking the comparison, the ball that was straight on middle, he took it from middle to the onside, only to find a fielder there. And that will send Copeland to the middle.
It's a chance for Michael Copeland to have some time out in the crease. Different situation to be coming out in. He's not trying to post a total now. He is with a stable batsman in his captain, Nathan Rowe. He'll be trying to keep him calm and tell him that they have all the time in the world to make an impact here.
Yeah, we've got a game on here, Kengesi. What the Inyati is doing, they're scoring the runs, and the Badgers are saying, we're taking the wickets.
It's a nice situation to be in, especially for us neutrals here. And also, with every wicket that falls, the Eastern Cape Inyati will get further and further away from getting that all-important bonus point. Because when you lose wickets, it's only natural that you also drop the run rate.
Copeland to take on Cele. Hitting the pads, asking questions. The umpire does not seem to be interested.
Yeah, the umpire signaled that ball might have made contact with the bat before it went onto the pad. But to me, it looked more like it was sliding down leg.
Yeah, it's looking like it would going down leggies. And that's the pressure new batters will get when they come to bat while it's still the power play. Cele, Copeland. Rocking back. He'll get 2 runs for that.
That's been the most frustrating thing of the day. The batters have been playing some wonderful shots, and then after some time, they just mess it up and give their wickets away.
Yeah, that was 50 up for the home team. 50 runs for 2 wickets.
50 for 2 after 8 for the Eastern Cape Inyati. They
Yeah, great shot selection there by Copeland. They keep forgetting the batters that there's a guy there patrolling the boundary. So it's wise to roll the wrist and hit it on the ground.
You must also be wary of the guy standing at mid-wicket. Looks like George van Heerden. Because he's one of the better fielders in this SWD team.
I still reckon if you hit it on the ground, you're still okay. And that's the end of the over. 50 runs on the board for the loss of 2 wickets.
They'd be wise here, the Eastern Cape Inyati batters, to reset, especially after the end of this coming over. It'd be wise to reset. They still have time. They can still build their innings. There's not much change in the weather conditions here at Buffalo Park. There's no sun, yes, but there's not much wind there on the ground. And the pitch still looks to be in pristine condition.
Machiza to Nathan Rue. Misses out on that one. Shot was on, but he just missed the ball. Didn't time it.
Yeah, that ball perhaps didn't bounce as much or come up as high as Nathan Rue was expecting. And that, for me, signals for Majiza to try and get closer to the stumps and perhaps find a length that's similar to that one.
Rotating the strike nicely there is Nathan Rue. Exposing now Copeland to Majiza.
He's not the quickest bowler going around, Majiza, but he is able to nip it back and away from the batsman. So his pace might be deceptive, or it might be deceptive as a bowler because his pace is not that high.
And also I think his action when he's delivering, I think he's got some slingering action. Through the covers, outfield is quick. Elder, the ball wins the race. Elder won't get that one. And that's 4 runs for Copeland.
Yeah, that's not very good fielding from the fielder from the 6-gun Girl Garden Route Badgers. Cost his team vital runs there.
I think his action is same as Mutwa.
Yeah, you're right.
Well bowled, well played.
Yeah, you're right. It looks
Funny action, and some would say at times they're busy chucking.
Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris is retired. These guys.
It's a funny way they hold up the ball and the wrist, and
It's rare that you see slingers who don't have much pace to offer. Because it really doesn't seem like his pace is troubling the batters. Majiza.
yeah, you'll have to ask the right questions, pick the right areas, and force the batters to make mistakes.
The ball doesn't seem to be moving much in the air, so right areas are the way to go.
Charges down. I hope it didn't do much damage on Majiza, that one. And that's the end of the 10th, and brings the end of the first power play, and the score on the board is 56 for the loss of 2. There's a big difference between the two teams. But it's not how you start, but how you finish.
The Eastern Cape Inyati are 5 overs ahead of where the SWD were at the same stage.
Yeah, Badgers were 29 for 2 after 10.
And they were only able to get to 56 after 15 overs, having lost the same number of wickets.
Yeah, like I said here, the runs are for the home team. I fumbled that one. It would have been interesting if he picked that ball cleanly.
Yeah, it looks like Carl Jacobs there on the mid-on circle. That's what happens when you put pressure on the fielders. Fielders fumble.
So see some field changing. Sweeper goes to the boundary. Fine leg on the boundary. Sweeper coming back now to the circle. Deep backward point. No run.
Yeah, he needs to keep it at that length, really. Preferably for him, or ideally for him, just outside off stump, but keep that length. He can't be bowling it up with everyone inside the circle in front of the wicket.
Tele to Nathan Roo. Drives. There's a man covering up. Would be very interesting of the Badgers to sneak in a wicket here.
That would put them in a very, very good position. And it would test the middle order of the Eastern Cape Inyati as well, to check, to see how well they cope with the pressure of having to score just under 200 runs.
And also that would mean Christian Dutoy won't be able to play the same game he played previously.
Yeah, it's the same thing we mentioned. It's a similar point to what we mentioned about Heath Richards from SWD, because he had to play a different style of game when he was having a partnership with Pico Moletsane. He came in too early in the innings and he had to build an innings instead of just launching off the platform his team had laid for him.
We see the Rowan Richards. He's busy chatting with the guys from Alet. He's a big man, and last season he got a call up to go assist the A side in India. Good things happening for him. Tele Turu. Great bowling by Tele. And that's the end of the 11th. The score is 57 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, that was very good bowling from Gele because only one run came off that over, and you could see by the end Nathan Rue was trying to do something with his feet just to try and create some sort of angle or to negate the length that Gele was bowling, because he was bowling back of the length a lot.
Yeah, I think that is what the wicket has been demanding. Back of the length or hit the block hole. So we see Majiza coming back to the attack. Majiza to Copeland. That was wide. We'll have to bowl that one again.
He's got protection on the sweeper boundary on the offside, does Majiza. That's why he's so comfortable with bowling that kind of line. But he did stray a bit too much to the offside there.
But as per his fielding, he's supposed to bowl back of the length. Short. Piercing the gap. There's a guy on the boundary patrolling there. Saved 2 runs.
That's another instance of the Eastern Cape Inyati batters utilizing their feet to try and create a better length for themselves, but Sintu Majiza was wise to it and he pulled back his length some more.
Majiza to Copeland. Full face of the bat. No run.
And you wonder just how much those dropped catches from the Eastern Cape Inyati will count against them towards the end of this game, because it could shape up to be a close game in the end. You wonder just how much those buys that went past the keeper and those overthrows will count towards the end.
Short. But there's a protection there on the boundary. Yeah, you could say they threw away about 30 to 40 extra runs here. Should they have taken all the chances they got?
And the issue is, it was not even hard chances. Some of those chances were routine.
Great bowling there by Majiza. Nathan Rowe is leading from the front. He knows exactly what needs to be done.
Yeah, and the game has hit a bit of a lull just after the first power play. It could be good for either team depending on which team keeps their concentration longer.
We turn back for 2. Done that successfully. 2 runs for the captain.
Yeah, you could see from the shape that Nathan Rue took after he made contact with that ball that he was always looking to hit it over the man at mid-wicket.
And that's exactly what Machiza is wanting, that they must hit him over. Over bowled, and the score now is 62 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Partnership with Eastern Cape Inyati is still in its infancy, 14 runs, but they will be happy that of those 14, 11 have been contributed by Michael Copeland. So it looks as if he has come in and took like a duck to water. Hasn't needed any time to settle in.
Tele to Copeland. Downtown. Copeland for 4 runs. Great shot.
Yeah, we spoke about him settling in or not needing to settle in because he was already set there. And that speaks of that confidence that he came in. Not sure if Tele did himself any damage there, but he seems to be up now.
As a big boy, big boys don't cry too. He's got a game to win here for his team. Tele to Copeland. Hitting the ground. And Tele was the only one interested there for a second. Keeper was not fazed by that.
The interesting thing about that delivery is that the previous one, Tele overpitched, and Copeland was halfway expecting Tele to go back off the length once more, but he went even fuller, and he played that on the back foot or with his weight on the back foot.
Short ball and a wide.
So with the field that Tele has now, you would not be expecting him to bowl full. And after being punished, you expect him to move back of the length, but he went even fuller. And if that bowler straight at the stumps, it would have been curtains for Michael Copeland.
Hitting the big man. You can see now that Tele is fighting. There's some aggression, he's not happy. After this ball you're talking about, he came back trying to bowl with pace on. But unfortunately, his head fell away and then he bowled a wide ball. And you can see now he's trying to bend his back. Tele to Roo. Picked the length there quite easily, but couldn't time the gap.
Yeah, but he will be feeling confident, even more confident after that attempted shot was old Nathan Roo.
But as per the replay, Gengesi, I think if he played that one straight, there was gonna be value for his shot. Rocking back, punching it off the back foot there, will get one. And Roo now moves to 26.
Yeah, Copeland not that far behind on 15 of 15 deliveries. And it's a much better approach from him because earlier on in the season, it didn't seem like he was being aggressive enough. And I've watched him at SA under 19 level. He was a very aggressive batsman, Michael Copeland.
And that's the end of the 13th. The score is 71 for the loss of 2. Just sitting here, Gengesi, wondering when are they maybe going to drop the pace again. You don't have much runs on the board, so you would like to try whatever it takes for you to get wickets.
Well, the spinners are not big turners of the ball. So really it's just about whether or not they will be able to hit the right lengths and use the right pace.
We'll ball that one again.
We spoke of how Gaudi Molefe was able to vary his pace in his spell, and also Molefe, in a pitch like this that doesn't offer much, he was able to get something because he is a big turner of the ball. But Liam Alder isn't.
No run there. But I think ideally the plan is to drop the pace, Kengesi, so that they are not used to the same pace. Now they're using pace bowlers. Drop the pace, hitting the right areas. You flight it, you dart it. You just play with the variations, and it will work wonders. Great shot! Downtown is Copeland for 4 runs.
He is looking like he means business. Michael Copeland. Full presentation of the face. Head completely still when he made contact with that ball.
And actually, I've been coming to the games that Inyati are playing. This is one of the best games I've watched him played. Playing good cricket shots. No run there.
Yeah, this game he is operating purely as a batsman.
Yeah, and the technique is there. He's understanding that they lost 2 early wickets. So now what you're saying comes to play now. His role is purely a batsman. So he must think like a top order batter. Playing straight, playing on the V. Got all the shots.
It's just yet another delivery from Sintu Machiza that kept low, but unfortunately for him, the ones that are keeping low are the ones that are also far from the stumps. He's hoping for one of those balls to keep low and crash through the stumps.
Yeah, the amount of extras they're accumulating, it's not on. It's one of the things the coach won't be happy with. Yeah, you'll have to be spot on and be on the money. Machiza to Copeland. Asking questions there.
Yeah, we spoke earlier on when he just came on for his spell into Majiza, saying that at that pace, you can't afford to be missing your lines and your lengths. And so far, it's been a mixed bag in terms of what he's offering or what he's presenting to the batters.
Machiza to Copeland. Misses his length there. Copeland will get a single.
That was a full toss, and Michael Copeland, I'm sure, will be disappointed that he wasn't able to make full use of that.
And that was the end of the 14th, and the score now is 78 for the loss of 2.
A change in bowlers also means a change in commentary. Liam Alder is about to take over from Banile Cele from the Bunkers Hill end, and RC takes over from Jack. I saw you were taking some notes there, Os. And 14 overs into the run chase, the Eastern Cape Inyati once again have seemed to wrestle back control. The partnership now on 31. Oh, what happened there? There was a spongy area there on the pitch, on the side pitches. So, how's your assessment so far?
Thanks, gangs. Good afternoon to all the viewers and listeners. Yeah, the game is well set up. It's set up in the manner that the Badgers, who are the fielding side, aren't making any means to get wickets. They are on the back foot waiting for something to happen.
That was extremely close. Felt like an unnecessary run from Michael Copeland, and it was his call. He was running to the danger end, and it would have been interesting to see whether or not, had that ball made direct contact with the stumps, he would have been safe. But it also speaks to the positivity that the Eastern Cape Inyati batters are employing. They are trying to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, as I was saying, Kings, I think the fielding side is being on the back foot and they're waiting for something to happen. You know, they're being reactive. In order to move the game forward as you want to, you need to be proactive. You know, you need to start looking to do things differently rather than just doing the same thing and hoping for a change.
Yeah, you're right. Not much threat coming from the bowling attack. I'd rather call them a bowling group now instead of a bowling attack, because they're not really on the offensive. As we end the 15th over, the score is 84 for 2. Michael Copeland and Nathan Rue going at a steady pace. The rate achieved is 5.6. The Eastern Cape Inyati batters will know for sure that there's still a lot of cricket to be played. 169 runs is no easy feat.
The importance of a Michael Copeland contributing with the runs is vital for the balance of this Inyati batting lineup. You know, Lihle Sizani has showed his hand. Nathan Rue, the captain, has showed his hand. You know, so for Michael Copeland batting at 4, his contributions with the bat are vital, because it speaks to what I spoke about earlier, about that middle order being allowed to play with freedom. So if he's out there scoring runs and feeling good, it's good for the team. And today he's looking the part. He looks settled, and his decision making is top class. So long may that continue for the benefit of the team.
Well, the leg spin of Carl Jacobs is into the attack now for the 6 gun grill Garden Route Badgers. and he'll certainly be hoping to be an X factor for his team. We're talking about them not being offensive enough. It doesn't get more offensive than employing a leg spinner.
Very interesting run up here from Jacobs. He starts straight and then veers off to about cover and then brings himself straight again.
It looked like a googly there from Jacobs, but it was a bit too short to trouble the batsman, to put his mind, or to put him into two minds. Once again, Nathan Rue misses out there. Was a half tracker. It was a half tracker, and unfortunately for him, he couldn't get himself into position soon enough. He tries to go for it again, and it's going to be a tough one for Thailand. He drops it. He never looked comfortable because of the wind that you see here at Buffalo Park. He never looked comfortable under that ball. The Shaolin Master unfortunately couldn't hang on to that one.
You know, having a leg spinner is a great attacking weapon, but if the leg spinner is not on song and not on rhythm, they can bowl 1 or 2 overs and get taken off the attack, because if it's not coming right out the hand, you just don't know where it's going.
Yeah, I hear a lot from coaches saying that leg spinners are confidence bowlers. I wonder if that's what you getting to.
So I was a half leg spinner myself, and I know from first hand that on your day it can be great, but when it's not your day, you don't want ball in hand.
We'll carry on with that right after the drinks break. The umpires have decided to call it after 16 overs. The score is 88 for 2. Eastern Cape Inyati once again will not like the fact that they have to go into a drinks break having had the momentum for the past 25 minutes. We'll be back right after this. We are back. Liam Alder is about to continue from the Bunkers Hill end right after the drinks break. This Eastern Cape Inyati are 88 for 2 after 16. And we have seen something happen every time we've had a drinks break. And the home side will be hoping none of that comes to fruition this time. But for the 6-gun Grill Garden Route Badgers, it was a time to re-energize themselves and to re-strategize.
Important that after the drinks break, the two Inyati batters don't hold back. Still carry on collecting the runs, keeping it above 5 and over.
He will be disappointed with that, Nathan Rue. Yes, it's a wide, but it was a chance for him. If he got any bat on that, it would have probably ran away.
You know, the joys of being a finger spinner. You know, you take a couple of steps, roll your arm over, no one complains. The difficulties of being a wrist spinner, on the other hand.
As
It's
a
chalk and
half
cheese.
leggy yourself, you would know.
It's chalk and cheese.
It's looking good, as Michael Copeland is looking good.
No, he must draw a lot of confidence from this innings. You know, I know he's not, hasn't achieved any milestones yet, but just the way he's moving and the way he's hitting the ball, you know, he's finding gaps, he's hitting the ball under his eyes. Take a lot of confidence from it.
They told Sintu Majiza to go down immediately there because they knew if he tried to get in a foot race with the ball, there was only going to be one winner. Last ball of the Sliam Alder over. Last ball of the first over after drinks. They have put a man in that short or silly mid-off position. 17 overs gone. The score is 93 for 2. A player like Carl Jacobs, as you said before we went to the break, is very much a confidence bowler, like most leg spinners are. He gets it wrong a lot, but every time he gets it right, it looks magical.
So first and foremost, as a leggy, you try and your first 2 overs, you plug all the holes. So where am I going to get hit if I get it wrong? Because in that first 2 overs, you're not quite sure. So you plug those holes first, and then as you get into your rhythm, then you start attacking.
Do you think it hinders him in any way, having that sort of run-up? Or is he building enough steam in those few steps just before he bowls?
So this is all about rhythm, about angles, and about momentum. You know, so ideally you'd want him going one direction and bowling the ball and following the ball. So this run-up could have some sort of impact on his bowling style. And if not on the bowling style, definitely on the consistency of how he bowls.
That's very, very close. Benny Hansen with his head in his hands because he believed if he had gotten that to hit the stumps, he would have got Michael Copeland out. Even on the replays, it looks like he would have been stone dead. It would have been daylight between him and safety. It's very important to keep your concentration after the drinks break.
So, like I said, half leggy myself, and at schoolboy level, leggy is that ball, and they pitch it up and they turn it. They never get wickets. It's always oohs and ahs. But should they bowl a long hop or full toss, that's the wicket-taking ball.
And it almost proved to be in his first over just before drinks. Carl Jacobs ends his second over, and we get to a 50-run partnership between Michael Copeland and Nathan Rue. Michael Copeland with the lion's share, 30 runs, and Nathan Rue 14, 6 extras in the partnership. The score is 98 for 2 after 18. Copeland going at just under a runner ball, 30 of 32 deliveries, 36 of 46 for Nathan Rue, playing the situation. Once again, he tries to play that down the leg side. Umpire calls it a wide, and he will be disappointed once more, because any contact with the bat, that would have gone for a 4. Plays it down the ground, straight to the man on the long off boundary. This partnership is becoming extremely dangerous for the 6-gun Grail Garden Route Badgers, and they need to find a solution here. Plays that one on the back foot, does Michael Copeland, which is not advised once you're playing against especially someone like Liam Aldo, who tries to dot some of these balls in.
I think that you back your own skill. If you're good at watching the ball all the way to the bat, then why not?
Another easy single for Nathan Rue, the captain of the Eastern Cape Inyati. Moves on to 38 runs of 48 deliveries.
There are games with a run rate right now being at 5.5, and they've got 4 boundary riders out. The batting side doesn't have to do anything outside of the norm for them to start collecting runs. And here they bring in now the fielders just to challenge the batters to say, here we go, so do something different, score runs elsewhere.
It's very good fielding to keep Michael Copeland on strike and to accumulate a dot ball, something that has not been easy for the Garden Route Badgers to achieve. But they are dropping mid on to long on now, and straight to that area. Just as you said, they are not helping themselves at the moment, or the 6-gun Grail Garden Route Badgers.
Yeah, so if we just do the maths here quickly. So for the next 10 overs, if the Inyati get 4 and over of singles, they score at 4 runs, 40 runs in 10 overs, which doesn't help the Badgers at all.
They are gifting the game away at the moment, are the Garden Route Badgers. Not enough fielders around the wicket.
Yeah, so if you started plugging those holes, those ones become dot balls. The pressure to the batters, you start wanting to search for boundaries, making a mistake, and that's when you lose your wicket. When you're just being gifted 4 runs and over nilly-willy, you're going to take it, and you're going to sit to the other side and go, we'll just keep collecting the ones because they've been given to us. So up until something changes, the batting side don't have to change anything right now.
Yeah, we're 1 over shy of 20 overs. The score is 104 for 2. Kyle Jacobs is going to continue from the Buffalo Park Drive end. And he also doesn't have much protection in terms of the singles. He has 4 boundary riders, one on the sweeper on the offside, one sweeper on the leg side, long on and long off. Yet another easy single for Nathan Rue. And you're right, they don't even need to try and find the pockets now because they are going at a rate that's much better than the required one. If we can just keep hitting those boundary riders, those sweepers, you're going to win the game easily. But we have been speaking about how in this game, for virtually the entire match so far, whenever a team has gotten to this kind of position, we've seen one of the batters throw their wicket away.
And that is very frustrating for the coach. You know, when you look at the scorecard, you see out of your top 6, 4 guys that are in between, 30 and 45. Even though you win the game, you still want your 2 out of your top 6 batters to score big runs. Because when it comes to crunch time, you need someone to score a big 100 to set up the game. I also think just analyzing Jacobs' action here, it'll restrict him in terms of how much turn that he gets on the ball. So bowling leg spin is about getting the revs on the ball, allowing the ball to spin sideways. So with this action, he'll get turn, but it won't be anything drastic because his action is working against one another. You know, so as a leggy, you want your momentum going towards the batsman and then away from the batsman, and that's where the ball goes as well. So now he's bowling and he's going the complete opposite way, but also giving information to the ball that it must turn away. So there's a bit of confusion that's happening, and he'll struggle for consistency and he'll struggle for big turn as well.
Jacobs is about to bowl his last ball of the over. He had been keeping them quiet for the past 3 balls, but finally Nathan Rue is able to get that single and he will get to keep strike as well. Score is 107 for 2 after 20. A direct comparison, at this exact stage, the Badgers were on 83 for the loss of 3 wickets. The Eastern Cape Inyati passed their 100 already, 107 for 2. There wasn't much of an acceleration for the Badgers towards the end of the innings, but they were able to bat for most of those overs, and that's what the Eastern Cape Inyati will try to do here. Take the game as deep as possible.
As we see a bowling change here, so the spin combination hasn't worked for the fielding side, so now they're going back to their opening bowler Richter. Both 3 overs, 1 for 22. Hopefully from the opposite end he's going to find different lines, different lengths, and he's going to pose some sort of threat to the batsman.
Back of the end, Nathan Rue gets that ball past the man in the cover region. There was a half chance there for the fielder. Perhaps if he was a bit taller, or if he had someone who was a bit taller in that area, he would have gotten there.
Maybe a combination of Jonty Rhodes and Ricky Ponting, added with a little bit of A.B. de Villiers would have gotten there.
Maybe the height of Marco Jansen. Much easier for Nathan Rue now to just work it down the leg side, and 3 runs off the first 2 balls of the over.
Even with the change now, with the seamer coming back on, there's still a lot of holes out in the field. There's still a lot of take one opportunities. You know, when you make a change, you bring back your strike bowler, you give him the support, you close up the gaps, and you say to the batters, I'm going to try and strangle you, I'm going to try and get a wicket.
Yeah, with the field that's currently being set now, I understand what you're saying, because is basically allowing the strike bowler or the bowler to be able to bowl bad balls or balls that are nothing deliveries that they're not going to offer anything. Instead of asking your bowler to bowl good deliveries and have a very attacking field. It's puzzling stuff from the 6-gun Grail Garden Route Badgers. Michael Copeland rocks on the back foot, plays that for only a single, goes to the mid-wicket boundary. For a second there, the bowling team was interested.
Yeah, look, I think once you go attacking and you ask the bowler, you give a bowler a plan, and you get hit off that plan, I think everyone would understand it. Now, right now, you're not sure what the plan is, because there is a deep square leg, there's a sweeper on the offside, fine leg, and a third man. So, when you look at the setup of the field, you're not quite sure what the plan is. So, therefore, you're protecting anything that could be short and wide or short at the body. But that's not going to get you wickets. So, you need to tighten it up, close up the gaps, and attack.
Solid defense from Michael Copeland to end the over. The score is 112 for 2 after 21 overs. There's a change of gloves from Michael Copeland, and once again a change in commentary. We will be having Mr. Ali Jack back in comms joining us for some premium commentary.
As we welcome back Sir Jack, Jacobs with his leg spin is going to carry on. I do feel that the Inyati side missed out on that first over of Jacobs, where he delivered about 4 long hops, and one of them happened to be a dropped catch. You know, you got to be top of your game. Dagwan out there gets 1 to mid on.
With that shot, Rue moves to 46. Copeland 34. And the partnership is 65. That's one thing the coach will be happy with. Dot ball there. And also, in building that partnership, you also need luck now and then. Because we saw there was a drop catch by Tele. Maybe he was returning the favor, who knows? I scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Yes. Shot.
Great shot there by Copeland on his back foot.
You know, Sir Jack, as the batting side, when there's calmness in your dugouts, that's what you want. You know, the guys that are batting in the middle have got control and there's calmness. It's when everyone's moving around and there's scratching of kit. Because then that says there's people that weren't being prepared to go out to bat. Now there's panic stations, everyone's looking for their pads because we're losing wickets. The control of the game inside of play has an effect on what happens in the dugout.
Indeed, you are 100% correct, OC. Doesn't look like it's turning He does not have a 10 now. It's Jacobs. I still think they will not be happy with the way the Badgers batted. Because during lunch, as we were sitting with the players, the Inyati players, they were mentioning strong players that they know are dangerous but got out cheaply. So they will regret the opportunities the visitors didn't use. And that's the end of the 22nd. The score now is 114 for 2.
Yeah, I think the Badgers went and set up the game well for them to finish it off on a high. But again, you know, as a coach or as a team, you never want to lose wickets in clusters. And that's what happened to them. They lost 3 wickets in a space of 5 overs, which then put them on the back foot. And then they couldn't just kick on and go and see out the 50 overs. So they had to be a little bit watchful, which cost them in the end, I think, about 30 runs. Shot.
Right, short, but there's a sweeper patrolling the boundary there.
So Jack, Copeland's hitting the ball nicely today. You know, Nathan Rue is doing what he's been doing the whole season. Hopefully he's going to go and get a big score. But it's good to see Michael Copeland moving well, hitting the ball well. For the setup of this Inyati team, he's needed to be doing his job at number 4.
Richter. Rue. Yeah, that's what I was saying to Kengesi. Misfield there. This is some rookie errors, man. You can't at this level be defending that target and then you're still licking runs. Because I was telling Kengesi that, yeah, I've seen him bat, but now his approach is more responsible. Yeah, body behind the ball. I've got a feeling he was gone. And his bat was on the air. Was not grounded at all.
Very risky run, that. I also do think, Sir Jack, when you've been left out of the playing 11, the next time you get given a chance, you make full use of it.
Beats mid-wicket and they will settle for a single. But going by Copeland, he's now on 37. It's good to see that he's taking responsibility today. And that alone shows maturity on what he's doing. Great shot downtown. That was a great save as well there. Great stop.
You know, Sir Jack, that word responsibility and accountability, I think there's 2 words that are used a lot in changing rooms. But I sometimes wonder how much players understand about those 2 words. You know, off his hip, yeah, down to fine leg for 1 by Nathan Rue. So those 2 words for me, Sir Jack, if you don't take them and you personalize them, I don't think they'll mean much, because it's in the air, it's to the team. But if you are serious anything in life, you take those words, you make them personal, you find your own reasons why you need to be accountable, why you need to be responsible, so that you perform your role. Once you get every player understanding that, I think your team will be very healthy.
Yeah, well said, spoken like a coach. And that was the end of the 23rd. Yeah, I think that's true. That's one thing the players need to understand. And also, you need to work as a team. This is not boxing, this is not golf.
Shots.
Great shot for one. That's 50 up for Nathan Roo. Well orchestrated one for the captain. Took him 64 deliveries and 4 fours. Job is not done. Still half a way to go. He would like to take these innings deeper and deeper. And maybe he will go on and score his century. He's playing responsibly. And those big terms we're talking about, responsibility and accountability. If you do not do it, who is going to do it then? When you get given such a chance, you need to exploit it.
I think the challenge here now for the batters is one of the two of them has to be there at the end. You know, if they do that, they'll see the team through. But they both can't not be there, because then it means 2 new batters out in the crease batting.
Yeah, the visitors will need to dig a little deeper. Aye, great views here from this position. One of the best fields in the world is Buffalo Park.
Shots.
Shot in the gap. Elder picks up and saves 2 more runs. This is one field that is situated right at the beachfront where the Indian Ocean is. Get some nice views from here. And there's a port here in East London, so all the big ships, when they're sailing past here, such a nice view, pleasing in the eye. Great shot for Nathan Roo.
There's a sense of a tick box exercise here by the Badgers, seemingly not wanting to go and grab the game by the scruff of the neck. They're waiting for the game to come to them, and the game's moving along swiftly for the batting side, which is the Inyati.
And that's the end of the over. 125 for 2. Row on 53. Shandong and Shipping. Like we said, beautiful scenes here at Buffalo Park. See, there's some Titanic.
So, Jack, in white ball cricket, I don't think you can afford for any team to go through the motions. You know, T20 cricket, 120 balls, everyone's got to be buzzing, energy levels are going to be high. 50 over cricket, 300 balls, energy levels have got to be high. Right now, the Badgers seem to be just going through the motions.
Slowly but surely, the runs are moving. 126. Yeah, Badgers need to come with plan B here. The game is slowly but surely moving away from them. The equation is rather simple. 128 to win off 156 balls. He will have to bowl that again. And the norm we've been seeing now lately these players will take it deeper without losing any wicket, and then when it's about time for them to cash in, they will just play it like in a T20 style, so that they also chase that bonus point. So the plan now here is to keep the wickets. Ah, my word!
Not nice being hit in that region there, Sir Jack.
Yeah. Looks like it hit the belly there.
Cricket ball has got a weird way of finding the areas that are not protected. You know, as a batter,
And the hidden areas.
You might have a thigh pad, an inner thigh pad, but it will find one of those areas where there's no padding. And then, you know, the hidden areas, it's very good at finding that area.
Well bowled, well played. Copeland on 39. Richards to Copeland. Great shot there off his back foot. That's the way to go. If the boundaries are not coming, the good thing is to keep the strike rotating.
And that means no pressure to the batters, because they're picking off the ones where they want, how they want, and when they want, you know, because there's just ample gaps out in the field.
Another single. It's good going by the captain. And he now moves to 55. And if you check the deliveries he's faced, it's only 68. Good strike rate. And Copeland is on 40. Also faced 51 deliveries. Going at a good rate as well. Richards to Copeland. And that was the end of Richards' over. And the score now is 129 for 2. And the comparison once again at this stage, the Badgers were 104 for 3. And the home team is 129 for 2. There's a big gap in terms of the runs and in terms of the wickets.
At this stage of the game, when the boundaries have dried up and they're collecting the ones, the twos, the conversation between the two batters should be you and me till the end. We're not going to chuck it away. Not going to give away our wickets. We're going to be here till the end. We're going to ride the wave. We're going to take the ones, take the twos. Bad ball comes, we're going to go on and get a boundary. There we go. One down to long off. Easy one. Full face of the bat out the middle. Rotation of strike.
Does not lose its shape. Full face of the bat. Good discipline, good cricket shots being displayed here today. Jacobs to Copeland. Copeland, rather, Jacobs thinks there was a little bit of some chance. Maybe should he have gone for the catch? Might have taken it. Jacobs, Roo. I haven't been watching him a lot. I would like to see him mixing it up, trying the googlies as well. Looks like he's been bowling one thing, but just playing around with the pace.
Yeah, I think he has bowled one or two googlies, but I think the action restricts him in terms of how much turn he's going to get, whether he's bowling a googly or a leggy. That's a leggy. But again, the turn out of the surface isn't zipping through. It's turning, but it's slow turn, giving the batters enough time, rock back, watch the ball, and punch it down the ground for one. You know, I think if he had to bowl it a little bit quicker and pitch it up a little bit more, they'd be on the money. But he's bowling it just back off a length. Batters have got ample time to rock back and punch it down the ground for one.
Yeah, we'll have to understand his game and try to adapt wherever he travels around the country. And make sure when he's given an opportunity to bowl, he exploits those opportunities. There was no much turn there outside off stump, and it beats the guy at third man. That's 4 runs for Nathan Rue.
Yeah, he's looked very positive from the get-go. Yeah, the captain still out there marshalling the troops around, you know, leading from the front. That's what captains do, and that's what Nathan's doing today.
Yeah, maybe Jason Niemand has got a feeling that he is missing out here. And he was also one of the players that was going to take the game away from the opposition.
That's a better line.
And that was the end of Jacob's over. And the score now is 137 for the loss of 2 wickets. Copeland is on 42. And Rue is on 61. Only a few blows away before he gets to his half a century.
So, Jack, again, it's very important that even though the partnership has gone well, they keep breaking the game down into 5 over spells. You can't get too far ahead of yourself thinking that because we're 137 for 2, we're going to win the game. You still need to break it down, take it 5 overs at a time, and keep building that partnership.
Right short off his hips. Will try to turn for the second. And they will get the 2 runs they were looking for. Now see, the home supporters are liking the display or the brand of cricket the home team is playing. Runs are coming. May not be coming thick and fast, but they are coming, and they do have wickets in hand. Richard Copeland.
You can even feel that the people that are sitting next to us here in the commentary box, there's not much tension, you know. No one is tensed up. Excuse me, because the game is just flowing. The batting team is in control. The home side is in control. The spectators are relaxed because things are just ticking along nicely for the home team.
Copeland was gone. But unfortunately, the fielder missed the stumps. Hence I was saying earlier on, you do need that luck now and then. Looks like it was Rwante Branch. Body on the line. First things first, eyes on the ball. Pick up and throw.
That's a rib tickler. Those aren't fun either.
Yeah. And we've seen a couple of those from Tandondini. From that same end, Richards is bowling it. Some interview I was listening past few years. Ricky Ponting. Short. Over the top. 4 runs. Good going by Nathan Rue. That was there to be hit. It was written hit me all over it.
That's just a shot of a man that says, I'm here, I'm large, I'm in charge. Don't bowl there. Cheers, go fetch. Nathan Rue leading from the front again. Captain's knock here today.
Yes, indeed, OC. Richards. Rue. Will steal a single there. And that's the end of Richards' over. The score now is 145 for the loss of 2 wickets. 27 overs gone. There are, I believe, also in Ahmedabad, India is batting. New Zealand won the toss and they elected to field. And one thing the home team has been doing, if they lose the toss and they're being sent to bat first, and they bet big. And it's going to be a good game, because when we're playing South Africa versus New Zealand, the way New Zealand were chasing. But now they must understand the bowling attack is different. Sure. Bumrah won't let them to do whatever it pleases them. As we see bowling changes here. Moletsane bowling from the graveyard end.
Could he be the guy with the golden arm here? Remember, with bat in hand, he's the one that shifted gears. He's the one that started the counter-attack for the Badgers. Now with ball in hand, could he turn out to be the guy with the golden arm?
You never know. Or see, there's a saying in Xhosa, "Iyana banye bayile." Moletsane starts off outside of stump. Ball that was no threat to Nathan Rue. Straight bat down the ground, 1 run. Copeland is on 45. Peko, Copeland. That was outside off stump. Beat the man at 45. At third man, that's 4 runs for Copeland. And that brings 150 up for the home team rather. And the partnership also is 100, celebrating 2 milestones in 1 delivery. A job well done by the home team. And Copeland will also move to 49. No run there.
He has batted well today, Copeland. He's batted with maturity.
He will get his 50. Michael Copeland. Great knock by him today. Appreciated at the dugout and by his captain. It came in 60 deliveries, only managing to get 4 boundaries.
Oh, no ball.
That's a no ball. Oh my, oh my. Looks like Moletsane has overstepped there. And good thing is they can be able to change or swap fielders. But I've got a feeling he will go big. He's also trying to close the angle coming from over to around the wicket. There's Moletsane.
Copeland, watch ball, keep your head down and hit the ball. It's a free hit to a spinner. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Moletsane to Copeland. Past the bowler's head, beating the man at long on, and the ball wins the race. That's 4 runs. 157 for the loss of 2 after 28 overs.
It's criminal that for a spinner to overstep a free hit. The batsman, it's see ball and hit ball, and that's what Copeland did there.
Yeah, things are not going the way the visitors would have loved. By OC, change in Combs. Great start as well in Ahmedabad. India is now 88 for no loss after 5.4 overs. Sanju Samson at it once again. 33 of 17, but Abhishek Sharma is 51 of 18. It's gonna be a big task for New Zealand today.
Another 6. Another 4.
You're gonna be climbing Mount Everest today.
92. 92, dog.
Elder. Short. And you'll get one there.
The deficit for the Eastern Cape Inyati psychologically is in a better position because now they need less than 100 runs to win.
They should do that easily. And if Duckworth Lewis was to come to a 4, they were supposed to be on 109, which is not the case. But you never know, we see some clouds gathering, some grey clouds. Well fielded there.
Speaking to the people around the park, you sense that there is some apprehension because of the capitulation we saw against the Knights over in Free State a couple of weeks ago for the Eastern Cape Inyati, where they were 102 for no wicket lost, chasing 240 odd, and they were all out for 182.
Sure. Wickets came in quick successions.
Yeah, the first 5 wickets went for 20 runs. So it was 102 for no wicket lost and 122 for 5. So you can understand why there is that apprehension.
Taking chances. It's close, but Copeland looks like he has covered his ground.
Yeah, that run from Michael Copeland in relation to the others that he's taken, which have been suicidal, it looks as safe can be.
Yeah, he was well inside the crease by the time the wickets were dismantled.
It would be interesting to know just how quickly the Eastern Cape Inyati would have to do this in order to get things like a bonus point.
I'm also sitting here and thinking as well. The Badgers have used 7 bowlers already by now. Great shot. Well, there's a guy patrolling the boundary there at long off rather. So it tells you they're trying whatever they think it can assist them. And that's the end of the over. And the score now is 161 for 2 after 29 overs. The required is not a problem run rate. The achieved is 5.6. If you've done your maths at school, Kengesi, you need to round that off. It will equal to 6.
You know, we were having a conversation off air. I think it was just before we got on air, and we were asking what subject do you teach, because we know that you are a teacher.
As we see Tele coming back.
So the guesses were going around. One said you might be teaching Mandarin, so one said you look like a technology teacher. One said you're a science teacher. So which one is it really? A cricket teacher.
Coach.
Yes. Yes.
I had some blown moment there. That's one thing I know we do best here. Tele to Nathan Rue. Turning back for the second. And there was a misfield there on the boundary. Fielding is a bit under par.
Yeah, just like everything they've been doing so far in the second innings.
Well played.
The energy hasn't been quite there. At some stages, it looks as if the Eastern Cape Inyati are just going through batting practice.
Yeah, it also feels like that. And this game is slowly but surely going to one direction. Like I said before, they've used 7 bowlers already. See, the ball is also keeping low. And Tele has swapped ends now. See if there's anything he can get from this side. See, also has got problems with his starts there.
So, with the utilization of 7 bowlers, you certainly can't fault them for trying to find answers in different areas. But the usage of those bowlers hasn't really had any effect.
Couldn't get hold of that one. But my understanding, Gengesi, is you give your players certain roles. Like, for example, you know what's Nico van Zyle's role. If you don't get a wicket, you chuck the ball to him. He'll do the job. But now that has happened in Vania with 7 bowlers. Great shot there, Copeland.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It almost feels as if.
Yeah, that's the end of the 30th, and the score now is 166 for the loss of 2 wickets. Comparison again, there's a big gap there. The Badgers were 128 for 4 after 30. And currently the visitors are on 166 for 2.
It's a 38-run gap and also 2 wickets. So the Eastern Cape Inyati, regardless of what could happen in this situation, they do have the platform for whether or not they do lose a wicket, the next guys that come in won't feel the pressure to try and score runs quickly.
Yeah, and also talking about the next guy that will come in, the good thing is you've got 2 set batters there in the middle. If one goes out, you still leave another one. Unlike if you would have a scenario where there's 2 new batters.
It's exactly something that Gordon Root Badgers put themselves in. It's a situation they put themselves in where they lost the wicket of Moletsane, and then immediately after, Heath Richards ran himself out. Well, no, it wasn't Heath Richards, it was Liam Alder.
Elder to Copeland. Finds the gap. But he will settle for 1.
It just tells you how good of a wicket this is. There was basically no gap between that silly mid-off and the bowler, but Copeland was able to get that ball into that space so easily.
Yeah, it's good to see Alder bowling to his fielders. Keeps on chopping and changing his fielders. Elder, Copeland. Cuts that one fine. Beats the man at 45. It won't get to the boundary though.
That side of the field, it seems as if the outfield is not as quick as the opposite end. And you can see that even there the grass is a bit yellower, it's a bit lighter than what you see on every other end on the pitch, on the field.
That was hit hard. The ball is managing to find the full face of the bat. Elder, Copeland.
It's a much better line from Michael Copeland.
And that's the end of the 31st over. 170 for 2. Nathan Rowe is on 74, rather 74, and Copeland is on 61. Still Dutoy to come, and Malika. They had a good game on the previous game. Is Dutoy and Malika. Looks like things are happening in Ahmedabad. After 8 overs, the score is 110. Abhishek Sharma is out for 52. Great ball by Tele.
Now, I'd like to see more of that. Ball that sort of delivery to make Nathan Rowe have to work for his runs. You don't have anyone covering the one on the leg side. Okay, now there is a fielder that's going to the mid-wicket region. You have no one in the square leg side of the field. Don't bowl anything on the legs. Oh my.
But also there's no consistency. He turn back for the second. Close one. But he makes his ground. Good running between the wickets.
Now, by bowling that sort of line, he's basically undone everything that the first ball did. He bowled a good line, a good length of the first ball, and it was a dot.
Hence, you also see the caucus with the bowler. We've got a plan here. You must stick with the plan. Cele to Roo. Charges down. Cuts that one to third man.
It looked like a thick edge from Nathan Roo, and you can see he's not happy with that because by advancing down the wicket, he turned it into a full toss. And all he had to do was just get that ball over Liam Alder or either side of him, and it was going to be a 4.
Yeah, but he just opened his blade of the willow to third man. Cele to Copeland. That was on the slot. He'll get a single.
Yeah, things are just going on too easily for the Eastern Cape Inyati at the moment. It's difficult for Cele to maintain a consistent line and length.
Well bowled. Still in pursuit for that third wicket. And currently, both batters are set. Can't break through those defenses. No run. And that's the end of Cele's 8th over. And the score now is 174 for 2. 32 overs gone. Partnership is 126.
With the way things are going right now, the Eastern Cape Inyati batters really do not need to be taking any risks. They can just see this one through by going at 4 or 5 runs per over. And as Os mentioned earlier on in comms, the holes are there.
Full toss wide. That was a freebie. Lucky it got away there.
And there have been too many of those. There have been too many freebies from the Garden Route badges. It really does feel like they're just going through the processes now.
We'll get a single there, Nathan Roo. Moves on to 78. Elder to Copeland. He's batting very well today. I'm enjoying his knock.
Yeah, he's been very assertive, Michael Copeland. Even from just as he came in, he quickly assessed the pitch. It took him only a couple of deliveries to settle in. And you could see that he was primed for a good innings.
There's also some caucus now there with Elder. Must go back to the drawing board. He's on his 7th over without any luck for a wicket. Well played. Great running there by the home team in between the wickets.
Yeah, it's good understanding between the two batters. Michael Copeland once again quick to make that call.
And that's the end of Elder's over. And the score now is 178 runs for 2 wickets. 33 overs gone.
We've seen 2 wickets in these innings, and if we're being honest with ourselves, they got 2 wickets of pretty bad deliveries. One was aimed at the legs of Jason Newman, and he, unfortunately for him, clipped it straight to the man at the deep backward square leg boundary. And Lihle Sizani got a nice, juicy, short pitch delivery outside off stump, and he just cut it straight to the man at backward point. We haven't seen enough good bowling from the Gordon Root Badgers.
You see also there on the far side there, Jade Richter looks like he's busy there signing autographs.
That's something that's great to see at Buffalo Park. Visiting players.
Overthrows once again, missing the stumps by a big margin.
That was a terrible throw from Majiza. He was so close to the stumps for those overthrows, but he threw it way far. I'm telling you, off air I was thinking that these guys, it looks as if they never came back from lunch. Should ask the Eastern Cape Inyati should ask the kitchen what it is that they put that was so special for these guys to not be able to come back.
I guess the home team took the game away from them. They've silenced them.
But there never really was a stage where the Eastern Cape Inyati, as we see a quick couple of runs taken by Michael Copeland. He has been busy between the wickets today. There hasn't been a stage where the Eastern Cape Inyati have tried to be ultra aggressive. It's just been inconsistent bowling, allowing the bad ball to be there every once in a while.
I'm a big fan of a straight bat. Yeah, on his practice shot now, he knows what to do. Well, there's a vacant area there.
So it was the right ball to try and play a similar shot, but with a straight bat.
You know, unless you see that where the shot went, there was a vacant land there. There was no fielder. Then yes, if he was gonna cash in runs. Kyle on his last to Copeland. Short ball, guides it down, and you'll get 1 run there. And that concludes Cele's over, and the score now is 182 for the loss of 2 wickets. Looks like we're gonna have some drinks break, and we'll be back after this. And welcome back live. We're still here at Buffalo Park. Eastern Cape Inyati, 182 runs for 2. Still Elder continuing to bowl from the Bunker's Hill, and short ball, but it won't beat the man patrolling the boundary there. Is it me, Kengesi, or I feel like when Elder is bowling, he's hiding the ball. The SA20 did something for him. It was drifting down legs. Maybe Sikandar Raza had some influence on that action now.
Huge influence from a player of Sikandar Raza's stature. And with that previous ball, the umpire said it came off the bat before it went to the pad. I mean, that's just something different for the Eastern Cape Inyati batters to figure.
Was in the air for a moment, couldn't beat the super there, covering about 5 yards to 6 to his left end. They will get 3 runs. That's good running in between the wickets, between the two.
The stumble from the fielder prompted Nathan Root to try and go for the 3rd run there, and he was running to the danger end, so he was at liberty to make the call.
Throw went wide again.
It looked like he threw to the wrong end.
That's the end of the 35th over, and the score now is 188 runs for the loss of 2. Nathan Rowe is on 82 and Copeland is on 71. Yeah, when it rains it pours in India. We're going to chase the leather today. New Zealand. Kyle Turu picks up the length too easily, dispatches it for 4 over mid-on. And like we were saying, Kengesi, maybe they were reminded about the bonus point.
Yeah, we were talking about it off air. Maybe they're reminded about the bonus point, and I was wondering at what point they're going to try and pick up the pace.
Yeah, now you can see that Nathan Rowe is starting to open up. He's trying to be aggressive. But now the thing is, the more he becomes aggressive, the closer he gets to his 100.
It's that age-old problem of whether you should be taking care of yourself before you get to the 100 or caring about the cause of the team.
A shortish one and couldn't beat.
It was in the air for a while that, and Rwanta Blanche was interested for a second. But you can see that Nathan Rowe has decided to shift gears.
Tele is rather bowling short now. He's no longer attacking the stumps. Yeah, I think the thing is, one of them will have to go in pursuit of that bonus point. This is where now playing for the team comes in. And not chasing your milestone, but chasing what the team needs. Charges down. Hitting that one to the onside. Turning back for 2. Misfield again. And they will settle for 2. 196 is the score.
148 runs for the partnership, and Nathan Rue finally deciding to step on the gas.
Just sitting here wondering, thinking now, the Badgers, are they going to deny this bonus point?
That's certainly what they should be
Or fight for the
trying.
game? There's 2 things to fight for. Deny the bonus point. And yes, you know you're going to lose. But still, put on some more efforts. And that's the end of the over. And the score now is 197 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
Well, seeing that they still have 2 more rounds to go after this one, and the Badgers coming into this game were ahead of the Eastern Cape Inyati simply because of a bonus point, I think they know that the game is well and truly over for them, but they can try and deny them the bonus point.
Yeah, of course you can also give yourself some chance. That spell for Tele. The next game you make sure you win with a bonus point. Downtown, 1 run for Nathan Rue.
After this game,
Oh, good.
that's the 150-run partnership between Nathan Rue and Michael Copeland. He manages to find the pocket once again, and he goes through for a second run. Does Nathan Rue? Everything seems to be going in the direction of the Eastern Cape Inyati at the moment. Jack has vacated the comms area, and I am joined once again by Os. Liam Alder doesn't seem to be trying to bowl with any variations.
There's a bit of tension building up inside Buffalo Park, and it's not because where the game is poised. I think it's because of the batters edging closer to milestones.
Yeah, and the game needs that, in all honesty. It was going at the rate of a procession. It's like they were going through the motions, the players from SWD. But now there's added jeopardy to everything that's going on. Nathan Rue is close to a century. Michael Copeland is surely thinking about it as we end the over. 201 for 2 after 37 overs. So yeah, we said Rue is close to 100 and Copeland is on 75, and they're also probably chasing that bonus point. They have 18 deliveries to play with in order for them to get the required 52 runs.
Yeah, I also think just the upshift in Nathan's game, in terms of him shifting gears, has forced the fielding side to up their game as well in terms of energy levels and throwing themselves around. Because if they're not careful, the game will be done within the blink of an eye here. But as we stand, both batters are looking very well set.
The only protection Sintu Majiza has down the ground is George van Heerden on the long on boundary, which again is a move that we understand came after the drinks break, thinking that the Eastern Cape Inyati might look to secure that bonus point.
Had a chat with Nathan Rue before play this morning. I asked him if he heard my chirp the other day.
Queenian. Dispatched by Nathan Rue. Stand and deliver. Sintu Majiza simply not quick enough to be bowling that length.
Yeah, so Nathan replied, he said, no, he didn't. So I just said to him, I chirped you and I said, you're hitting the ball well. You're finding the fielders and not finding the gaps. So today, please do yourself a favor and find the gaps. Clearly he's listened. I will be invoicing him a little bit later.
Expert coaching advice from Aussie. Nathan Rue is on 95 of 104 deliveries.
I also did tell him that it's because he's a Quinian, that's why he's finding the fielders, and maybe he needs a chat from a Dalian in order for him to find the gaps. And that chat has happened, and he has looked $1 million today.
Oh, the banter never stops. He gets 1 run closer to his milestone, does Nathan Rue, but the Eastern Cape Inyati on a less personal note will be looking to secure that bonus point. I do think it's going to be difficult to score 46 runs in the next 14 deliveries. Tries to advance down the wicket, but Majiza is wise to it and bowls a slower ball. Almost finds the edge onto his stumps.
What I am enjoying is as much as Nathan Rue is getting closer to that milestone, you can see he's got team first here. He is pressing on and he's looking to get the runs on board.
Well, he is as good a person as any to be trying to put the team first because he's the captain, has to lead by example. As we see the end of another Sintu Majiza over. He's bowled 5 overs for 32 runs. The score is 208 for 2 after 38 overs. They need another 45 runs in 12 overs to the Eastern Cape Inyati. They are cruising at the moment.
We also haven't seen a lot of change-ups from the seamers. You know, everything's been banged in, everything's been at full pace. There hasn't been too many slower balls, back of the hand slower balls, you know, just to keep the batsmen on their feet or on their toes.
There's a chance for a catch. Michael Copeland gives his wicket away yet again. You understand he was trying to go for that bonus point, but he has given the SWD Golden Root Badgers another chance in this game. He goes for 77 runs of 95 deliveries. He's played one of the match-winning knocks. You have to say 5 fours, no sixes, meaning he rotated the strike quite well. And that brings Christian Dutoy to come join his captain at the crease.
What's very impressive about that last partnership is how they took the team from a dodgy situation of 2 down in no time to where the score is now at 208. So they got them out of a very uncomfortable situation to a situation where they're very comfortable and now trying to kick on, trying to win the game quite easily. And that's why Copeland tried to go for a boundary there. Didn't quite get it out the middle, got caught at cow. But the intention is that we want runs, we want them quickly. Very good partnership, well played to Mikey Copeland. He needed that innings. You know, the one way you justify your selection in the team, and the only way you stay in the team as a batsman is by putting your hand up and you score runs. So well done to those two for that partnership.
we see the introduction of Christian du Toit. He had a marvelous innings in the previous game. He scored 49 off just under 20 deliveries, and you would like to think that they have put him on exactly for that reason. And he survives his first ball, but he showed his intentions first up.
If that had made connection with his willow, I think that would have gone to Vincent Park.
Oh, he's got the power to do it. And he shows up. Shows up, second delivery. Does Christian du Toit. That was effortless.
The foundation is set. Nathan Rue, Mikey Copeland set the foundation, and now the big hitting Christian du Toit is here to play.
Now Liam Alder should be darting them in, bowling as full as possible. He knows what to expect. There's still pride on the line for the 6-gun Grail Garden Route Badgers. He will want the opportunity to keep the strike at the start of the next over, but at the same time you've got the Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Rue on 96 runs. That's the end of the over. 215 for 3 after 39. It's mathematically impossible, and you can hear the players on the field saying they are never gonna get that bonus point now.
In having said that, I don't think these two out in the middle are gonna change how they're gonna play. You know, if you chasing the bonus point, you don't quite get there, you still go, because there's a game to win. So win it big, make a big statement. That's what this one is about now, making a statement.
Yeah, and I'm looking through the previous game when they were playing against the Eastern Storm. Not Michael Copeland, but Christian du Toit came in a similar position. The score was 188 for 4 when he came in. So the platform was there, it was set for him. And you can see that he's trying to finish this game off with a bang here. Having that much power, Christian du Toit, does he need to be swinging as hard as he is?
He is a big lad. He hits a big ball. So if he swings that hard and he makes connection and he hits it out of the stadium, I don't think too many people are going to complain, as long as his base and his head is nice and still.
Of course, we still have Nathan Rue looking for his 100, and that is an interesting dive from the fielder Heath Richards. He will be lucky not to have gotten away with out getting an injury there. Nathan Rue is on 98 runs. Yes. One more run for the Eastern Cape Inyati captain. He moves on to 99, and with the bonus point out of the picture, they can try and play their normal game once more.
No, also, so for a guy like Christian du Toit, if his role in the team is to finish off innings, this is the perfect situation for him to try and practice that, you know, to be clinical and know his areas of boundaries.
Yeah, it doesn't look as natural when he's trying to play conventional That's Christian du Toit. He does have the platform to tee off here.
I like how he sets up. He sets up, stands long and tall, high back lifts, and that big bat swing that you're talking about. Doesn't might quite make quite a good connection with that one, but the intent is there. You know, he would want to go a little bit straighter as he's now practicing it. He went a little bit across the line there. Straighter the better it is. Head down, hit it straight, hit it long.
But now the attention shifts to Nathan Roux. The Eastern Cape Inyati captain has guided his team from the start, from the front. He is on 99 runs. And he gets to 100 to rouse in applause. It has been masterful. It has been majestic. It has been magnificent from Nathan Roux. 100 runs off 109 deliveries. Only 8 fours. Speaks to the all-round cricket that we've been witness to today.
Sensational innings there from the captain, Nathan Roux. From the first over, he batted with confidence, he batted with a plan, he put away the bad balls, he kept out the good ones, all the way to this remarkable 100. And he's got team first here, captain, heart on his sleeve, knuckle down, and has batted a proper innings here for the team today. My captain, Nathan Roux.
We see the reintroduction of Carl Jacobs, change of ends for the leg spinner. Much better matchup. He clips it down the leg side and is only able to go through for a single. The outfield going towards the Buffalo Park Drive end hasn't been as quick as it is when you're going towards Buff's clubhouse or towards the ocean on the right hand side of your screen. There's a chance for 2 runs here, the way that Christian du Toit is running, but Nathan Roux sees that there's no need to be doing that because sometimes runs come to you instead of you chasing them.
Any half trackers, any full tosses this over could be in danger of traveling Voyager miles.
At the same stage, the Badgers were on 191 for 6. The Eastern Cape Inyati on 221 for 3.
Bringing it back. How many overs?
15, 201.
He has time, does Christian du Toit. We know he doesn't need time to try and make a connection. But he is at the moment swinging too hard, and maybe he needs to focus more on the timing.
Naughty. You naughty. "28 runs needed of 56 balls. Carl Jacobs
looking to change the narrative of this game, make it much more respectable. I believe that the result is beyond doubt, but the Badgers will want to finish with their heads held up higher. A gift. That is a gift from Carl Jacobs. Christian du Toit hasn't been able to find the middle of the bat too often so far in his 12 deliveries. But that was a gift from Carl Jacobs. 229 runs for 3 after 41 overs.
That's probably the one that he didn't try and hit hard. You know, you watched it all the way into his bat, just glided it, helped it on its way, and he gets a boundary. And I think he's got to find that balance in his game where if the ball is not there for him to tee off, what he does with that ball would be very crucial, because people get to see him play more. He's going to be found out. People are going to study him. People are going to know where to bowl and when not to bowl. So he's got to find the balance in his game. Yes, he's got a beautiful power game, but there's got to be also a mix of touch and finesse in and around the power game.
Jade Richter is back onto the attack. And after these 41 overs, the Eastern Cape Inyati need 24 more runs to win. Nathan Rue, the Eastern Cape Inyati captain, is on 101 of 110 deliveries. Majestic stuff. Another single for the Eastern Cape Inyati captain. Rue's partnership with Michael Copeland effectively won the game for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Yeah, they got something close to or over 150. And Copeland played a team innings of 77.
Yeah, those two, they took the sting out of the attack of the Badgers and they gained control.
He's able to find the connection. Once again, perfect timing, perfect placement, not too much power, but the ball travels.
Goes back to your question here, Gangs. Does he have to swing hard? No, he doesn't. You know, if he looks at the ball wants to go for 4 before he even hits it. So if he just gets himself in a good position, nudges it away through the covers, it goes for 4.
Is a very tall lad, is Christian du Toit. It takes a very special bouncer to catch him off guard.
No, he is, and I think where he's batting now in this batting lineup suits him perfectly well. You know, when he was up at number 3, facing up to the new ball, he had to leave a couple of balls, he had to be disciplined. This role here fits him perfectly.
So are you suggesting that he floats in and around that number 5 to number 7 area depending on how the innings go, or does he just come in at number 5 even if the score is 100 for 3?
So I think between him and Malika, they can change up, you know. So if there's a need for a left-hander to come in and bat, then Malika comes in at 5. But in a situation where there's a foundation, he comes in at 5.
He does not make good contact with that for once, but luck was on his side because it landed in no man's land. And you can see from the fielders around the area, they are just waiting for the match to finish. $16 runs needed.
You know, also, Gangs, it's quite important that as a batter, once you find the purple patch, you hold on to it for a very long time, because when it goes, it stays away for a while and you find yourself wanting and searching. So once you're in the purple patch, you make sure that you look after it, you polish it, you shine it, you put it in your pocket, and you make sure that it sticks with you for a very long time. And that's what these two have got to remember, is that Nathan's got to now, next game, touch base on how he felt today and remember that for the next game. And Christian's just got to remember, for me to hit the ball, I've just got to be patient, wait for it to get under my eyes, and then I'll just bully it away.
Very good fielding, almost a run out, but he makes his ground, does Christian du Toit, at a personal expense. But it seems as if he will be able to recover from that. That was very good fielding from the man standing in the cover region. It's effectively a 3-over game here. The 16 runs needed cannot possibly be made in 4 overs. You expect the game to end in the next 10 minutes or so. Finds a single, does Christian du Toit, moves on to 22. 22 of 17 deliveries, brings on strike the Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Rue. They will be slightly disappointed, the Inyati, that they were not able to attain that bonus point. Another valiant attempt in the cover region, but that ball this time manages to get past the fielder, and they go through for yet another single.
I think first prize for the home team was to get the W. And once you know that you've got the W, then your second option or your second thought is to get the bonus point. So winning your home games, that's prize number one.
That's a good shot from Christian du Toit. Yet again, he's able to generate power in situations that other batters simply would have looked to get a single there.
Also very impressed here with Nathan Rue's fitness levels. You know, he's still able to take on that first run very quickly and touch and go for the second run. Very impressed by the young man.
Solid forward defense from Christian du Toit. You made a wonderful point earlier that the Eastern Cape Inyati would be focusing on getting the win, as we see a few SWD players signing the shirts of some local lads from the Eastern Cape Inyati faithful. Tries to play that ball over the man in a short cover area, and is only able to get a single as Christian du Toit. It's 242 for 3 after 43 overs. They need another 11 runs from 7 overs.
It has been a beautiful day out here. Clouds are now taking over, a little bit overcast. But we've had a fantastic day of cricket here today. It's always good to come out to a cricket game. You watch the first innings, 250 plus, and then you say to the batting team, the team batting second, good luck, go chase it. And the home team has done that today, or they're doing that today. And again, promising to be a game over 500 runs, which is impressive from Buffalo Park. I think the last 3 home games have been 450 and above. So it's kudos to the ground staff and on producing some belters. That's all.
Power! He has murdered that delivery. When he is on song, Christian du Toit is one of the most wonderful, most explosive batters on the scene.
That was just short of a length on the offside, and he's picked it up over extra cover. Boom. I did say, gangs, that he looks at it and it wants to go for 4. Now imagine when he hits it where the ball wants to go to. He is a powerful human being.
He's only 23 years old as Christian du Toit. There is still plenty of cricket to look ahead to. He will be looking to finish this off with a bang. And a bang! It is! It goes over the man on the sweeper. And the Eastern Cape Inyati take this game. They are able to get to 254 in the 44th over, and they win their 3rd game on the trot to well and truly put themselves up for contention in the semi-finals.
Well done to Nathan Rue and his team, to Coach Bo and Rowan, the assistant coach. Well done to you, men. To Sir Jack and Mr. Kingesi, thank you for a wonderful day in comms. It's been a brilliant day of cricket, and once again, well done to the home team, the Eastern Cape Inyati, on their victory. Thank you, gentlemen.